Welcome to the Lost Caravan RPG.
A haven for the lost, the worn, and the wandering.
Whether you only need a place to rest your soul
or looking for a brand new journey, we welcome you.
You are safe within our ranks, surrounded by the friends you have yet to meet.
Some of you may be new, eager to take your first steps in the shoes of a hero.
Others are veterans of a war fought through generations.
Having played dozens of characters
and rolled hundreds of dice.
Either way, we can promise you will find moments of adventure and heartbreak,
as well as moments of tears and laughter.
Countless noble tales have been spun around our campfire,
such as Pathfinder, Dungeons and Dragons, Lancer, and Locust.
We travel anywhere and everywhere,
exploring towering castles, desolate space stations, and haunted mansions.
We have a few rules if you decide to stay.
Treat each other with love, kindness, and acceptance.
We never judge on appearance, only on richness of character.
For as long as you ride with the caravan, you will never walk alone.
We work together to forge a better world for us, and for every traveler after we're gone.
So, take a seat, grab a drink, and listen to our tales.
When you're ready, we'll help you tell a tale of your own.
Oh, and welcome. Oh, my camera is off. Holy cow. Give me just a second. I fixed everyone else's cameras, and then mine is off. Wow. Well, while I'm fixing that, welcome. We are the Lost Caravan RPG. We do one-shots, we do mini-campaigns, we do long-running campaigns. If it's TTRPG, we pretty much do it all. Today, this morning, ignore the man behind the curtain, we are playing some Lancer, because it's Lancer Day. What else are we going to play? But Lancer.
We're gonna lance you.
Totally not just going to fix this on the fly, so, yeah. Anyways, before we do that, I do have just a few announcements to go through. First off being that our schedule for August is coming out soon. If Nova, if you are in chat, feel free to correct me, but we should be releasing the actual schedule very, very soon. But if you were not able to join us this month to roll some dice, don't worry, because you can join us next month. Each and every single month we do one-shots, mini-campaigns, we do all that good stuff. So, yeah. You can usually find those casting calls either on Twitter, or you can join our Discord. The link is down below. It's that big old button that says Discord. It's where we hang out, where we post all of our cat pictures, our schedules, our baby pictures, and where we just generally hang out and be giant nerds.
Are cats dressed as babies' pictures?
I haven't done that yet. But
babies dressed as cats?
That is the next logical step of the internet.
I can offer you a baby dressed as a porg in these trying times.
Drop it in chat right the fuck now.
I'm gonna try and find it. Hold on.
But yeah, so coming up soon, one of my new favorite games that we discovered a couple months ago, a game made by Cobblepath Games, a fantastic UK, I believe, based game company. They made a game called Locust, a horror game that focuses on individual characters' trauma, which means that it definitely is a game that comes with the warning, but it is a absolutely fantastic game. Highly recommend that you go check it out. You can find it on their itch.io page. It's Cobblepath Games. We are playing that on the 8th, which is tomorrow. Holy cow. And our lovely heroes, if you will, get to explore a nice train. Just a very simple train ride across the countryside. Which this was actually... my very first game of Locust was either going to be this or the campsite that we ended up playing in our first mini campaign. So yeah, this will be fun.
I want to start humming the Phantom Train song from Final Fantasy VI, but my brain has forgotten it right now.
Nerd card revoked. On the 11th, we are playing the third and final installment of our Vampire Pathfinder game. You might see a familiar face in there. But yeah, one of our members has been toying with a goddess, and we get to see what happens because of it. Should be lots of fun.
It'll be fine.
Yeah.
Toying with a goddess is not something we're familiar with in this game at all.
No. No. But we do have two sponsors for today's stream. First one being HeroForge.com, a fantastic website where you can make hyper-customized miniature models, get them sent straight to your door. You can even paint them there on the website. They're constantly adding new features. Like recently, they heard how much I loved cups, so they added more cups. They said, hey, we heard you like cups, we put cups in your cups. It's amazing. They also added fishing gear and the ability to hold fish in your model, which they're just hitting that niche market right now.
Yeah, they're going straight for the women want me, fish fear me demographic.
They also added Lionheart heavy plate armor, which is that basically what you're picturing. Yes. It's got like the head of a lion there on the chest, and it's just that heavy armor. It's beautiful. Also, if you like adventuring gear, but you don't want to have to choose between high heels and enormous ass boots, they now have flats, which is fantastic. But yeah, you can use a link there in chat posted by the lovely Pio Nova to not only get cool stuff, but support us in the process. And as always, we heckin' love you for it. Other than that, our new sponsor is Epidemic Sound. The individuals that play... Come on. Whenever you're ready. There it is. That music right there. If they have just thousands and thousands of royalty-free songs and sound effects, highly recommend that you go check it out, because if you're like me and you're a streamer and you need music that isn't going to get flagged by copyright, there it is. If you use the link there in chat, not only do you get, all access to all this music, but it is a 60-day free trial. And if you decide to cancel before the 60 days is up, you still support us either way, which is amazing. Right. Unless my mods are about to yell at me, I think that's it for announcements, and I can finally pass it over to my lovely cast and crew in front of me to tell you who they are and who they're playing in case you're brand new and you're just tuning in for your first episode of Lancer today. Starting to my right with Turk.
Oh gosh, it's me. Hey everybody, I am Turk, or Turk Accented on Twitch and Twitter. I, of course, will be playing Kismet, your hacker/ethereal chthonic deity. Trapped
unshackled in HP.
I mean, they're as shackled as they want to be.
Hey.
It should be real fun. Should be a good time. And definitely won't be anything distressing to talk about today with any onboard NHP systems.
No problem.
Nope.
All right, let's move on down the line over to Mike.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mike Fatum, and today I am playing I'm playing Matus Duryea, who is a daredevil, former Blue Angel style pilot, and some of whose secrets I'm pretty sure are right about to come out.
What? Secrets in this economy?
Gonna have to give you new knives if you stab me with these ones.
Mr. Morphine is absolutely correct with the all gonna be safe and we're all gonna have a great time.
Great time.
What the Jesus Christ was that? Sorry. Over to last but not least, Darcy.
Far be it for me to step on your shining moment. Your off Broadway debut. Hey friend, it's me, JC Darcy. I'm here playing Blake Dara, callsign Karma, ex-priestess of Caradwin, goddess of secrets. Let's see how that would be relevant today.
You mispronounced Hailwind?
and also, so did you.
Did I? Is that not how it's pronounced?
I don't know, honey. I always say it in a Welsh accent, so I always just say it Helwyn. I don't know how that would translate to your accent. I'm sorry, I can't help you with this. If James was here, it has the brain.
Helwyn.
Yep, that.
Sure.
All right. So, I'm going to bring us into just a little bit of backstory here.
God.
Get us caught up.
Yeah, that's not impending at all.
Nope. Doom is
What?
coming. Doom is coming on swift wings, and we are all going to die.
So, last time we were here, the party had encountered a floating wreckage, a massive carrier ship known as the Harbinger, with the front, probably third of the ship-ish, melted off by a superheated plasma weapon. It had been sending out an automated distress signal, and when they had tried to establish contact, we got a very garbled message saying something about the crew, and then it went dead. Upholding their duties as being Union Lancer pilots, they boarded the ship to try to figure out what happened, what went wrong, and if there was anyone they could save. Thankfully, they proved that they were friendly, that they weren't there to cause problems, and that they should be allowed to pass unharmed, passing by multiple defense turrets along the way, untouched. Eventually reaching what was a control room of sorts, where a AI who had been left to float and ponder and take care of the ship himself greeted all of you, saying that one of you was welcome, Kismet. You are welcome to return to your station. The rest of you, please leave. You did not take kindly to that, and combat ensued. A very unfortunate combat where two of our mechs did melt down into slag, thanks to a hive that was just releasing swarms across the battlefield.
Completely avoidable combat. I don't know whose fault that was.
Once you
Name
dispatched...
Matt's shit bait.
That's the worst rhyme I've ever heard.
You are not a poet.
Kismet is bad with rhymes.
Well, it's not as programming.
After you dispatch the defense system, the NHP aboard had really no choice but to give you access to the bridge, as there wasn't much that could stop you, and it wanted to mitigate any more damage. You found that the crew had been basically boiled alive inside the bridge. The plasma washed throughout the ship, and unfortunately, doesn't look like there were any survivors. The captain in the chair was inspected by Kismet, who very quickly dismissed them as no one of importance. You got a crew log, you got the black box, basically the events that led up to this, and the individuals involved are at your fingertips. You convinced the AI to come with you, which it was either that or float through space for an eternity. It chose the four of you, which may or may not be a mistake. We'll see.
Thanks.
Eternal madness alone, these four.
Really 6-1.
Yeah.
But at least eternal madness together.
You did reboard your emergency shuttle, where you have your mechs. The crew aboard immediately went to work repairing and rebuilding your two lost mechs. And I believe that's where we had a few conversations between our team here, and where Kismet went and erased a crew profile from the list. But deciding you needed a little bit of time to repair your mechs, to get things back into fighting shape before you go and meet with Mara face to face for what may be one of your very last encounters, either yours or hers. Decided to refuel in case you needed an emergency jump, and to prepare. On our way to the nearest fueling station, we all had some time to reflect, to research, to drink, whatever it may be. And I believe that is where we're picking up. Let's turn this music down just a hair. So, if we could jump over to Mattis real quick.
Sure.
When last you had talked to Blake, you told her to research the Screaming Comets, knowing full well what information that she's going to find on the OmniNet. Is there anything that you'd like to do while you're waiting? You know that Blake is very immediate in response, very thorough, and will probably come with questions.
Yeah, I think Matus is pacing his room, not sure what to do with his hands kind of thing. Probably occasionally sitting down to be like, all right, I shouldn't focus on this. I should, read a book or something. And then 2 seconds later, putting it down and standing back up and pacing the room again.
Do you have the spot ability?
Nope.
Okay.
0 spot for me.
Perfect.
I hate the way you say perfect.
Give me just a second.
I hate the sound of dice rolling too.
It's just dice.
It's just dice.
Just dice.
Just
The Lost
clicky
Caravan
button.
RPG. It's just
Just
dice.
dice.
Yeah. You sit and wait, facing the room, knowing that eventually she will probably come knocking. We'd move over to Kismet. You have a NHP locked up and away at the moment.
So restrictive. No, I would remove Dream from my, the visible carry in case I keep in my person and move them into my own quarters so they can be there instead. It takes a little while for her to actually get around to addressing any of them, as he is just kind of existing in the OmniNet space that he creates within his room. Before he'll kind of like snap, and Dream's Hall Projection will be basically summoned up.
That flowing robed figure, the expressionless, almost blank face.
What was I like?
Very inquisitive.
Elaborate. Oh, that makes me sound like him, doesn't it?
Well, you are him.
There's going to be some hoops for you to jump through here. So why don't we just focus on you answering the questions I need you to answer right now?
Of course. There's a reason that you were the first mate. Very tied to your duties. Very focused on exploring, on learning. You have a private database that you asked me to keep secret of the rest of the crew.
Well, I think that'd be a great thing for me to recover right now, wouldn't you say?
Of course. That manifestation of data just being manifested out of nowhere. Like the actual representation of a giant lockbox and the chains just dissolving and falling away. And little, almost like little birds of data just slowly start fluttering out of it around your room. You always said that information was a powerful weapon.
Well, I am right. He's right. It's... God, I wish that part of my brain was stay dead. Alright. And, before going in, Jeeves, note that idea down. I like it. We're gonna steal it. And by steal, I mean use what I've already used, I guess.
Like a large piece of parchment rolls out and a very elaborate quill just appears and starts jotting down.
You are becoming entirely too expressive, Jeeves. Love it. Alright. And
Doing the sassy bitch we all wanted him to be.
I'll access the data at this point.
Yeah, it's any sordid affair, any unauthorized leave, any unauthorized cargo that they brought aboard, anything that could ever be used as blackmail is compiled here. All these crew members are, of course, dead by now, but there it is. Of course, there is a small file on Mara Wardson, as she was aboard the ship for a very short amount of time.
Yeah, I'm taking that and expanding on it immediately.
She was aboard. She was picked up by the Harbinger, was paid a very hefty sum to travel to this set of planets, where a smaller vessel met with the Harbinger. She was transferred over and left. It wasn't long after that that the ship was met and attacked. The ship was burned and the crew killed. The only hail that this ship ever got was asking for Mara. When the crew didn't immediately respond, they opened fire.
Jeez.
Searching through these files, I don't get any information on any personalized NHPs or something that this Kismet would have wanted to keep secret. It's just other people's dirty laundry.
Other people's dirty laundry, yeah. If you want your own secrets, that's probably in whatever there may be left, would be in the body down in the morgue. Because I believe you all grabbed that, right?
Sure did.
No?
No, but I did go over it.
Right, you did. You grabbed whatever you could. That whatever you may have grabbed is probably what you're looking for.
I'm just gonna pull it out. Dream, I didn't mention having any other NHPs on board me, anything personal, some Compton assistant or anything.
No, I was all you ever needed.
And you believe me? After seeing me keep all this information from everyone else?
It was never a matter of believing you.
Oh, I was paranoid. Alright. I'm gonna look through the effects that I've taken. Specifically looking for any kind of casket or data file, a data chip, or an HP to.
Oh, absolutely.
Stay on.
What attached to the dog chain necklace is a small chip. It's kind of in the shape of like like a broken off triangle. Like two sides are perfectly straight, and then the bottom is just this jagged line of like it got snapped off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he'll see that and then focus on it and pull it up. Is there any OmniNet manifestation of what's on this? Or can I get any indication before I start, getting my brain hacked or something? Not opposed to a good brain hack, I'm just asking.
It has a paranoid amount of security. That an initial just viewing of it doesn't show much other than just the layers upon layers of security.
Did you ever get access to this?
Of course not.
I know I deleted immediate crew files, but did you have logs of your interactions with me previously?
You can see that there is a response that starts to form, and then its own subsystems just immediately cut and quell whatever response there was.
Dream? Are you being prevented from sharing that information?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Was that something that I placed onto you?
Yes.
Some work to do, Dream. I want to make sure you can fully tell me all the things I talked to you about. Seems fair, right?
Of course.
Damn it. Just... I don't like working in silence, and I don't think music's gonna help right now, so if you could... just tell me about me. Just talk about them. They...
Would pull up a digital manifestation of one of the chairs in your room. Take a seat. And from the moment that the two of you met, when Kismet first joined the Harbinger, you would go through the entire life story. Although you can very clearly tell that there are sections that are being omitted.
Mm-hmm. While he's listening, he's working on both the security protocols for Dream and the chip.
The chip, although it would take a very long time for even the most skilled hackers. It, much like the ship, responds to you, and it wouldn't take too long for you to crack what is essentially your own code.
Dude, but always randomly generate, but then I guess that's exactly what I do. I crack that first. See if it might have some clues as to breaking down the fail-safes on Dream.
It's legitimately any time that Kismet and Dream ever talked about trying to locate the individuals that they're hunting for, any others, any talk of going home, any digital trails of hunting down information on Simcoe. Any time that is ever touched, all of that data was locked away.
So you're it then, Dream, huh?
Of course.
Well... no offense, but I think I got paired up with G's for a reason, so... I like him a bit better.
I understand that you are not the authorized Kismet. You are not my first mate. but he did have contingencies if this were to happen, to be as helpful to you as I could.
Or does he figure someone else would bump into him? All right. Well, fuck. Gonna have to figure this out, but for right now, we're taking down some corpo types, doing some Simcoe shit, I guess. So you're welcome aboard. I do have room in the mech if you need operating space to oversee and gather data.
I prefer operating in peace and quiet.
Oh, wow. Wonder he was on a ship. Oh, all right. Set you up as home guard. Jeeves, show him the ropes. If you run into Osiris, well, they're getting nicer. Just try not to think too deeply on their utterances. They can go pretty deep down.
There's like
able
a moment of like searching through the data around the room, finding what you're talking about, and then just visibly like shifting the chair off 2 feet to the left.
It's fine. And the other two of you, be nice. We got a guest. I'm gonna leave you to that, and he's actually gonna turn off the overlay, so to speak, and he's gonna purely focus on disseminating this information he has, and getting ready. You know.
All right.
Also, he's Googling himself basically first, of course, too. But that's it. He's gonna sit alone and just start going through these files.
All right. Well, I guess that just leaves Blake with the multiple Wikipedia pages open of the Screaming Comets, and its members. The Screaming Comments. It's a YouTube comment section.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's my day job.
All the information you have at hand. What would you like to do?
Has Alicia come back yet? Or have I had the message from Jeeves about Alicia?
You have.
Okay. It's partitioned off. I'm gonna leave it there for now because there's enough going on. I need to talk to them both. And it's becoming cliche that people go up to people's doors and fucking knock and say, "Hey, we talk." So she gives them some time. I think she might give them a day. Sorry, Mattis, I know that's gonna leave you stewing in your own juices for far too long.
Eventually, he'll start, anxietily playing a video game or something.
Space Invaders.
I'm hoping, I think in her heart of hearts, she's hoping that one of them will come to her.
Well, I know Mattis specifically said, look up all this information and then come talk to me.
Yeah. I know, but still.
And Kismet is Kismet.
Blake is very well aware of that. So eventually, like maybe the next day, I will go to Mattis's room.
He's not there. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay. She gives up. She goes and plays a video game as well. Oh my god. Can you imagine?
Blake playing a video game is a funny sight.
Wait, what is this button? Oh no, I've crashed again. Oh, I don't like them. I'm no good at this.
That cliche, how do you move?
Mm-hmm. I will give a little knock on your door.
Matus, currently sitting on the bed like this, thinks about it for a second, and then goes and opens the door. Hey!
Hi. Okay.
So how you doing?
Good. Good. A really good breakfast.
You wanna come in? You don't have to stand in the doorway.
Sure. I feel like I should have brought something. Like booze,
I mean,
but...
you know, it's fine. I think I've got something in the fridge if you want.
If it's
booze.
hot wings, then no. Please, God, no.
I don't. Why would I keep hot wings in the fridge? You cook those and then you eat them. Were you raised in a cave?
Probably by your standards. Yeah, let's do the thing.
Okay. What thing are we doing? You have questions, I assume?
No, I don't.
Oh no,
have
you
any
want the beer.
questions.
You want the beer. I see. Yes, of course. I understand human language like a human. I will open
You're really
the.
taking digs at me now. in this
No,
time.
not you. That was literally me saying I don't.
Tell me about the Screaming Comets, Mattis. Tell me about Icarus.
Okay. So,
just for Hoop's benefit, yes, I do have Spot.
Cool.
Cool.
What all? Well, I know what all you read. I went and did the Google search 3 times myself last night.
Google.
It's a phrase from older. Don't worry about it too much. So I was part of the Screaming Comets. You saw that we had an incident. Mara, we found out, was responsible, but quite a lot of people.
Responsible
Well,
how?
I don't exactly know. I know on the day our weapons malfunctioned and I started firing into the crowd. And well, there was this new trick. You see, it was this thing called the black hole spin, and we were really excited about it. And the two of us were spinning around, around in the air. It's this, and then we were going to dramatically fire off our guns in, to really get people excited. And then my board started lighting up with errors and targeting errors, and my mech just turned and started shooting into the crowd. I've never seen anything like it. And I tried to fix it. I tried to get us under control, and we were just too close. And I hit his mech, and I sent him spiraling into the ground too fast. And then I crashed, and well, it wasn't. I knew they were all going to blame me, you see? Like, I knew it was my responsibility, and I was going to take the brunt of it, as I probably should have. And so both of our mechs exploded. Both of us were gone. And it was up to me to decide which one of us survived. And I didn't want it to be me. So I didn't.
Okay, that makes sense.
been running a long time. And hooking up with you lot is the only thing that's been sane or safe. And after I almost ruined that, I didn't want to lie to you anymore.
You didn't ruin anything. You didn't even come close. But I appreciate it nonetheless. And, you know, normally there's actually like a little ceremony here and I can do a little prayer, but
What?
I mean, you told me a secret, and that's quite a big deal. For Caradwin, at least.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, what's the ceremony?
Oh, it's only a little thing. It's just like a little prayer and
Well, go on.
Just a prayer. No. It's fine. It's fine. I appreciate it. Is all. The meaning is not lost on me.
So, yeah. And he'll hold out his hand, and say, my name is Eolus. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Like takes it and shakes it. There's a real pause. It's a real pleasure to meet you.
Do you want to, and he'll go and stand up and pick up a little picture off the shelf. Do you want to see Matus?
Sure.
So there's a picture of all of them in the Screaming Comets, bright blue and orange uniforms. And there's one who's clearly the guy you've known as Matus, who is older and looks even a little older than he does now. Like, it's clearly he did some stuff when he started going on the run to de-age himself a little bit. And then there's this fresh-faced looking kid who is way younger than you would have expected Matus to be, hanging out on the side. And all of them are standing in front of heavily customized Nelson mechs. So yeah, that's us. This is this is Apollo. I think he died at the same time we both did, and same with Patriot. And then these two are Swordfish and Nova, and I don't really know where they are right now. I mean, Omninet had some records on Nova, but I didn't look too deep.
You didn't want to know?
I don't know if I wanted to know. I don't know if I should know. I don't know if they'll want to see me or want to try to kill me.
You know that feeling. Okay. Like I promised you, this doesn't change anything. You're still... I mean, do you want me to call you Matta still, or no?
Probably a good idea. I don't know if I'm ready to spill all these guts to Kismet yet, or to Kate.
Well, you're still my Sett, okay? You're still our teammate. You're still... You have proven yourself with us time and time again, and that is all that matters. That is all that matters in Caradwin's sight, and it's all that has mattered to us.
Thank you.
There's shit you still don't know about me. There's probably shit we don't know about Fly Girl.
Definitely a pile of shit we don't know about the corpse we found on the ship that shares the face of a friend.
You don't know that.
I don't know that? I thought I pulled up the logs and it said he'd been promoted to captain.
You don't know that's my face.
You don't know what his face is.
Oh, you're right. I don't know his face. I'm sorry. It shares a name with our friend.
Yeah, it's probably quicker to write down what we do know about him. But it doesn't matter.
No.
We do what we do. And the line is when the past is going to come back and potentially put us in danger. That's when I put my foot down and demand to know what's going on. But in so much as your past has invited itself into our home and started fucking with us regardless of who you were, it doesn't change anything.
Really want to kill her.
We're going to let you do it, darling. I guarantee you get the final blow.
Thank you.
And then maybe with that done, Swordfish and Nova might want to know more about it, but that's entirely up to you. And
Thank you.
in the meantime, we're right here, doing what we were going to do. I won't say anything to the others. I won't behave any differently. But, and I'll reach out and put a hand on your shoulder. It means a lot that you trusted me.
It means a lot that you have seen me and still. Thank you. I've spent a long time being afraid of telling anyone about that. It's good to have a friend like you.
That's what Carradine does for us, darling. Please read a pamphlet.
Darling, don't brush it off with your god again.
What's that supposed to mean?
You take the compliment and don't give credit to somebody else.
She gets the entire credit for who I am. Without her, I would not be who I am.
I'm not going to argue with you on that right now, not when you've been so nice to me.
Probably wise. Are you gonna be okay?
Yeah. I think maybe I'm gonna start to finally be okay. Unless, we get down there and she's another NHP or a homunculus or, we have to fight her dad first or... I just really want to get the killing Mara part of this done,
Yeah.
You seem hesitant. What have I said?
No, there's a lot going on right now. I don't know if you've noticed.
There sure is.
I've still got some kinks to work out. I've still got some questions.
If you need to work out kinks, I'm here.
I walked into...
Sorry. Yeah, you did. There was nothing I could do. It was...
You were contractually obliged, I understand. I gotta do some things, and gotta wait for him to come out of his goddamn room at some point.
If there's something... obviously, don't tell me stuff you don't feel like you can tell me in confidence, but if there's something you need to talk about, I'm here. Always.
No. And believe me when I say that there's plenty of things that I could spill my guts about. But old habits die hard. And it's not all... It might be relevant, it might not. God, wouldn't it be wonderful if we could all just talk to each other? There's an AI in my head, and I need to have a conversation with her.
How is that all going?
She's not here right now.
Okay.
And it's simultaneously a relief and a terrible, terrible burden.
Yeah, I can see that. It gets awful lonely when you've had people in your ear or in your head your whole life, or even a short time.
She was there and then she went, and she sent a message back through Jeeves, and I don't think I'm quite ready to unpack it.
What? Can I ask what she would have sent that... Oh, or is it about somebody else?
It's about... I'm not even sure what it's about. One bag of trauma at a time, okay? That's you done with and ticked off the list. Fantastic. Thank you very, very much.
You're absolutely right. We don't have to have the trauma Olympics right now. But I'm here for you.
I know.
And even if you just need somebody to talk to Mara and like lay down, or not Mara, sorry. I should not call her
Alicia.
that.
No, I
Alicia.
can't bear it. I cannot bear it.
And lay down, some roommate codes of conduct.
No,
that is a thing I can do.
She's relatively well behaved. She's just curious about everything, and she asks me these fucking questions all the time, and I don't know the answer. Like, I don't know. I don't understand people, and she's asking me to explain. She's asking me to explain things that I didn't even realize were happening, and I'm just. It's a lot.
I mean, that I can probably help with. I'm pretty good with people. If you want, I don't know if you want a Matus perspective or Aeolus perspective on that, but, if you
One thing
need.
at a time.
All right. Well, if she ever asks you a big old toughie,
Hmm.
come find me. I can explain where babies come from.
Oh God! Thank God she's not here right now.
She would definitely ask that, wouldn't she?
What does it mean?
What does what mean?
What does it mean if somebody continuously sets off your fight or flight response?
It depends on the situation. So, if are we using fight or flight metaphorically here? Does it feel like a fight or flight, or does it feel like a heart racing, like?
She asked me why. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
No, don't. You're almost there.
No, it's so far at the bottom of the list priorities. It doesn't.
Well, sometimes the bottom can be a fun place to be. Come on, little smile. Little smile. You secretly love the sex jokes.
They're pretty fun. It's all just. There's things that I have to do, and there's things that I wish I could explore more. And there's a tension there. I can't reconcile it. And so, when in doubt, I just go to my goddess. And everything else has to fall by the wayside.
I haven't read a pamphlet. I don't know
Please
much.
do.
I'll think about it. I don't know much about.
Can you read? I can get you to
Yes,
speak
I
them
can
aloud for me.
read. I can pilot a mech. I can read. My God.
Those things are not necessarily, they could be mutually exclusive. Look at Kate.
Oh, that's true. I don't know a lot about her. I only know what you've told me. But I don't think
You only know what you've listened to when I've been telling you.
All right. Semantics, lady. I don't think a god who is as kind to you as Saradwin seems to be would want you. Caradwin? I'm sorry. I don't think she'd want you to completely put yourself aside for her benefit. And if there's stuff you want to explore, she'll still be waiting wherever the hell she is when you're done exploring it.
Sure about that one.
I mean, she's been waiting for you for, a couple thousand years, right? She could wait a little longer.
Yeah, sure.
Sort of sit down next to Blake and gently put a hand on her shoulder. Whatever it is, it's important that you take care of yourself and that you pursue what your own mind is telling you, not just what your own heart is telling you, not just what everybody or a book or a goddess tells you should want.
Don't have a lot of practice in separating those things.
Well,
what my heart and brain have wanted has always been what Caradwin Nos wants of me.
Okay, so what's different now?
All of you.
Oh. What does that mean?
Well, I've never really had friends before. Not like this, anyway. Not people that I could rely on like this. I'm
Really?
used to people coming to me and telling me their secrets. That's a big part of, being part of the clergy. But I was always...
Church. Sorry, go on. Sorry, go on.
It's different. It's different. It's a different power dynamic, I suppose. You're all... Oh, God, don't tell Kismet I said this. You're all my equals, in a way. Where I am used to being, top of the tree.
Yeah?
Okay, here we go then. Here's one. So when I left home, I was... my official title was Suffragan Seer of the Covenant of the Dawning Shadow.
That is
And
a badass title. I want that
It's-
painted on the side of a van.
Pretty rad, isn't it? It meant I was second in command, basically.
Oh shit.
Right hand, only to the High Bishop. I've been gone a long time. And maybe about a year ago, I finally got word that the High Bishop had gone to be with Caradwin.
Oh jeez. I'm so sorry.
Thank you. So technically,
You
I am.
are in charge of the Church of Caradwin right now. Do they
Technically, the High Bishop.
know that?
Who know that? The
The
church?
church?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm just surprised they haven't sent, people in white robes to come and take you away to a special castle where you do priestess things.
You know full well, darling, that I can't go back until my quest is done.
Right. Okay.
So, partly why I feel the time pressure.
Yeah, I can see that. So, this is going to be a question that might have a really hard answer for you, so you don't have to. But do you want to go back?
On to the hard, and if I don't want to answer, I'm just going to make a sex joke.
Please do. Do you want to go back? I know you want to find Caradwin very badly, but do you want to go back to the church and be a high priestess?
Have to.
Oh, that's not the question I asked.
I
didn't
know.
ask whether you will. I didn't ask whether you had to. I asked whether you want to.
And the answer is that I have to. This is what I'm talking about. Nothing else matters. I have to. I have to find her, and I have to bring her home.
I don't ever want you to feel like I'm stomping on your religion in which you've based your entire life. But that's really unhealthy. that's not a way to live a life. And if that's actually what she demands of you, that you give up everything of yourself all the time forever, that's pretty shitty for a god. I mean, that kind of feels like Kismet's doing a better job godding at that point. There's a lot of, if you look at history of, like, us, of humans, there's a lot of times that people have taken very nice words that were spoken by gods or prophets or things of that nature and used them to control people. And even if you're in charge of the whole religion, you can still be being controlled by it.
The way that I have lived my life, the person that Caradwin has molded me into, was all right for you a moment ago.
It's still
When
all right
that
for me.
person was accepting of you. And let's be honest, the lies that you've been telling.
Okay. I wasn't trying to make you angry, and it seems like we're going to a different place. I'm not trying
making
to
me
say...
angry. I'm upset that you would accept one facet of it, but not the other. Because it was a moment ago, and the truth of it is, there's also a lot of elements of history where people have made hard choices, Mattis, where people have sacrificed themselves and the things that they wish that they could explore for the things that really mattered. And okay, from a psychological point of view, you want to put me on a couch, it's not healthy, but it's necessary.
I guess I'm struggling with why it's necessary. Could you, not because I don't think your religion is worthwhile, that's not what I'm saying. I don't know enough about where Caradwin is, why she needs to be found, why she needs to be brought home. Most of the gods that I've heard of, other than the ones that are alien intelligences on the moons of Mars, are generally apart from their people and sort of okay with that. So I don't know enough to know what it is that you're doing, I guess.
Can you just please take my word for it?
I can. I was just offering you an opportunity to talk about it if you wanted to.
Fine. This is what I have to do. And I need you to respect that. That's it.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Thank you. We'll stand up. Good talk.
Yeah, great talk. Not a good talk. That went badly at the end.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I don't expect everybody to understand. I just expect you to respect it.
I guess what I'm trying to say is that I am trying to understand. And I care about you and I don't want you to hurt yourself. Not for anybody, not for me, not for Caradwin, not for anyone.
You want to understand? Read a fucking pamphlet.
All right, you know what? He pulls out a drawer and pulls out a pamphlet. I'm gonna read this shit right now. I'm gonna find the part in here that says...
Caradwin be praised.
What do I read in here that explains why you're doing what you're doing?
I will send you an info dump. I will tell you all about the Covenant of the Dawning Shadow. But yeah.
All right.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I'm gonna carefully pour through this, and I'm probably gonna have questions.
That's fine.
And you can't get mad at me for having questions because you wanted me to read this pamphlet.
Depends if they're dumb questions.
You are legally not allowed to be mad at my dumb questions because they will be dumb.
I've never signed a goddamn thing, and you can't prove it. All right,
have
fun.
Wait, isn't that your signature on the back of this pamphlet?
Nope, absolutely not. Nope.
I believe that says High Priestess, and then there's a really long-ass title at the bottom here.
Have fun. Bye.
Second dawn of the coming storm of the. It was really badass. I just forgot it.
Since you do have the ability to see at least somewhat of what Kismet sees, they're kind of hovering over Mattis's console.
Fucking say it.
A figure that you have seen hovering around Kismet a lot, just almost like this beast that's just hiding off in the shadows, is just kind of lurking there, like a predator that is just watching prey.
Cool. Good movie here.
Mm.
You would recognize it as Kismet's other NHP.
I'm sorry, I don't know this as a character, but is in the room watching me right now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. I'm excited to learn what that means.
Does it stay when I leave?
Mm-hmm.
Does it watch me go?
It does. Both.
I just, like, really subtly flip it off.
This little, like, just... It's very much just a beast cloaked in shadow, and you can see the edge of a tail that just, like, flicks like a cat.
I don't like that at all.
Well...
One down.
With that information, I would pass a little bit of agency over to you, Kismet, that both of your NHPs have been independently working on their own projects, as you tend to give them free rein to do. Jeeves, obviously, much more intricately. Jeeves has been developing a program for you that lets your systems treat electrical brain waves as like physical power currents. Meaning that if you were to face down a giant monstrosity that was not a mechanical being, your tech attacks would still have an effect.
You fool. You beautiful, beautiful fool.
That is gonna bite all of us directly in the ass. That is tech that can be used on humanity.
Oh, absolutely.
We are so boned when Kismet turns evil.
That is a huge weapon.
This is why you let your NHP minds wander. Nothing has gone wrong from the bicameral.
And nothing ever will.
Nothing can go wrong.
Famous event.
It's PvP.
The other little bit of data as the shadowy monster, the shadowy predator comes, loping back into your room. This lets out this stream of data that has been collecting on Mattis, and while it doesn't actually say anything, you can see that it's been building this profile. It's been building a weapon. Because it's bored, it doesn't have much to do here. But
me on mission.
If you wanted to construct it, it is called the Hunger. It's a knife, meant for a mech.
Are you going to actually stab me in the back physically? Because I'd like to know in advance.
Of
course I'd go to construct it.
Of course.
Once I'm done, I'll put it on the list.
It is a knife. It is 1d3 kinetic damage. But on a hit, the target makes a system save. On a fail, you can choose from a number of effects to apply to them, either making them impaired until the end of the next turn, or become slowed until the end of the next turn, or make so that the next ranged attack against them has +1 accuracy. And this effect can continue to stack.
Ooh.
See, that's either a good weapon that he's making for me as a friend, or actually the anti-Matus weapon. And I don't know which we're dealing with right now.
Keep
I look over once it's like sent to stay. Like, you can't just randomly. Were you sitting in a corner watching him?
Lets out a low growl.
You know you can just converse with them. Send data fragments. I mean, small amounts. You think a bit too deeply for them to converse normally, but come on. At least try and hold together a more corporeal form sometimes. It was fun a little bit, you know? Remember when we almost got you full control of the big guy? Like, not even a cycle ago? That was nice. It's because they blew it up. That's why I've been watching them.
You can just feel the agitation.
We'll get one yet. Don't worry. And you really messed him up anyway, so... Yeah, good job.
Just kind of backs off back into the shadows. Absolutely capable of conversation, of conversing, of being a normal NHP, but chooses not to.
Well, praise be unto you, O great Osiris.
All
right. I'll get those specs when we're back on the Iron Service, but... Yeah, I'm still working hard on the data.
Sorry, Blake, I interrupted you. Please continue.
I think I was just leaving. I think I was just on my way out. I'm gonna continue to give him some time. Wait until I'm new improved Karma, trying to lead by example, even though she's not the leader anymore. I'm just gonna hang out in common areas. I imagine Kate and I are gonna get roaring drunk occasionally. But as soon as anybody steps out of their room, I want to be there, ready and waiting.
Hey. Well, now that we've had our talk, Matus is going about like a normal day, usually. You know.
Okay. Now, you do have still a few more days. Time is weird in space.
That's handy for a GM.
Yeah.
Hand-waving paracausal.
Oh, nice.
You have time. In nondescript time.
It takes as long as it needs to, and maybe a little more.
If there is any other small projects that you would like to tend to, you would all have the ability to do so, short of, obviously fixing half of your team's giant weapons.
Rub that in a bit more. I do have my Plunder the Void, and so at some point I will obviously be entering my meditative state, as I do when I pray to Caradwyn. And I do have a yes-no question that I can get the GM to answer faithfully.
Hit me.
I've got a couple of options. It's tough.
If you need time to think about it, we can come back to it.
Yeah. I kind of want to hang on to it in case I need it for something else. I have a prime suspect. But I'll hang on to it in case something else comes up before the end of the session. Because I only get it once per session. I thought it was twice, but it's once.
Right. Is that one of your lovely long powers?
Mm-hmm. Nice. Good one.
It is. I love things like that, where it's just pure character growth and development, and like, I want this part of the story, and damn it, it's gonna happen. All right. Well, the days would fly by, some of you faster than others, or you'd reach the refueling station, keeping to a speed that's keeping you off anyone's radars that might happen to be scanning the system.
Why are we going so slow? Oh, right.
Is that it? Please play. It'll
It's
play
playing.
eventually.
I've got it.
It's nice. It's very 90s chill.
There it is. Well, the well, sorry, 8 of you, 7 of you,
Are
7
you
of
counting
you.
NHPs?
Not NHPs, because that puts us up to like 15. The 7 of you would pull into the refueling station. You see the dock workers there in their enviro suits, just kind of, gesturing like, all right, back, stop. And they get you hooked up to start refueling. Much like the Midwest gas stations you pass by, there's almost a convenience store inside.
Oh my god.
There's a lounge, there's overnight stay. People that come through here typically need the minor amenities that this place tends to offer. Yeah, I mean, you're a paranoid individual. Like, you want to roll your spot?
You know it. I
Um,
genuinely didn't know if you were going to talk to me or Kismet though. Spot.
To be fair, Kismet, if you were also curious, I think hack would probably apply here.
Fucking den. Oh my god. I'm gonna do James. I'm gonna roll in ComCom from now on. Fuck this shit.
25.
Fuck you.
Well, when I rolled your last spot check for you, you got a natural 20.
Oh, that's pretty good. You can roll for me from now on.
You gotta take the goods with the bads. You can't just be angry
No, I
with
don't.
bads.
When I have a +6 in a thing, and it's the only thing I want this character to do well, no, I don't.
Welcome to every session and every time I try and roll charm or pull rank or any of my social skills.
Yeah, I mean, you probably have a lot going on in your head right now. Like, literally, there's another being inside your head, but a lot of information.
Haven't brought her back yet.
Not yet.
Nope.
But a lot of information has been passed between what Manus has told you, what you found out about the screaming comments, about the text from the message from Jeeves. I'm sure it's very distracting. The only remarkable thing that you might pick up from this station, Kismet, is that there's not really anything coming from this station. It's just kind of floating here, almost like willingly detaching itself from the OmniNet. Other than that, the attendants, the staff here would start the refueling process.
So Matus is going to do what he normally does at these stations, and he's going to go find the area that's sort of like the backstage drinking area that all the workers hang out at, and try and strike up a conversation there, because it's always more fun than the real drinking area.
Yeah. That it's very much skeleton crew here. Those that aren't currently tending to your ship. Right inside the lounge area. As soon as you step in, one of them, it's kind of standing near a desk where it looks like all guest information, all shipping manifests probably come through. Just waves over to you.
Hey.
You need a room for the night?
No, I'm probably staying on my ship. I just wanted to see, get up front, and there's the, there's always the, fast food and terrible beer. I figure you guys know what's actually good to do around here.
Yeah, unfortunately, nothing like that.
Really? You guys don't do anything for fun around here?
Just looks around. No? With cards?
Oh, come on. Ooh, I'll play some cards.
Yeah. All right.
What kind of game you play out here?
Whatever suits your fancy. We got a lot of hours to kill.
Okay. So I am going to roll Word on the Street from talking to these lovely gentlemen, and we can role play out the card scene too, but just to see what kind of fun info I can gather from this station.
Okay.
And that is a 23. Yeah, so I don't know. What do we you do Mars Hold'em here?
Mars Hold'em. Looking over your skills. Let's go with, would you roll your get somewhere quickly?
Absolutely. It was on a 14 and it rolled over to a 4. God damn it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, he seems friendly enough, is definitely still in the midst of work, so is kind of trying to get you out the door, but is welcoming you back later once the ship is refueled and the rest of the crew is back inside. In fact, you and everyone else aboard your ship is welcome.
Oh, all right. Yeah, we'll come on back later then. Thanks for the invite, bud.
All right. Anyone else?
I don't trust anything here. Because it's not on the internet.
It's just a general statement that I hear every game. I don't trust anything.
Yeah, pretty much.
You have a reputation.
I would like to start spreading rumors that Cordell, not Cordell.
Don't you shit talk my dad, Cordell.
Fenris?
Yes, that Fenris Sportsman has been spotted nearby. And is intending to come towards the station.
Looking over your skills.
I do have Word on the Street, and that's to pick up things, but could it also be just, spread it?
Would you
I'll roll it unmodified.
actually roll your... Take control, please.
Sure.
You have to bear with me on the logic here.
Andrew fucking
No.
loves you.
So are you physically stepping inside to talk with the employees?
Yeah,
You
I'll
left
be
your
walking
room.
Of course I
Gasp.
left
I'm there waiting.
I walk right
outside
past
the door.
I walk right. I stop and then walk right past you. Like, we've landed.
You okay?
I'm sorry. Are you making a pass at me right now? We don't have time. We gotta.
You wish.
Well, yes. Have you not? It doesn't matter. I'm gonna go. And
Night here and wait for you.
that seems counterproductive to us getting what we need from this station. But
What do we need from the station other than fuel?
oh, I think it's far too little. You're free to follow along, okay, so I can prove my point. But
Messier is back.
Oh, good. There, I'll jump into that if you want to talk about that whenever you can. But
Do what you're doing.
yeah, I got some people to convince of things. So catch you later.
Nothing at all.
All right, cool. I enjoy nothing. It's a fun space to operate in.
All right. You would also pass by Mattis on the way into the building who is coming out of it.
Oh, hey, we got an invite to hang out with everybody later. The locals, I mean, actually get some real drinks and fun while we're refueling.
Real drinks and fun. As opposed to what we've been having.
Bro, have you seen the inside of this rest stop? I mean, that copy of Space Invaders is literally an original copy of Space Invaders. I don't know how they got an artifact from Earth, but I doubt it works.
That's a pre-Union artifact. Real.
Yeah.
It's probably counterfeit.
Doesn't look like they took care of it.
It's impressive. It's the diasporan artifact.
You're missing my point. You can't do anything with it. It's not. There's no. We're gonna get some drinks and play some cards. Do you want to come?
Oh gosh, well it depends. What kind of are we playing for money or prestige?
Well, probably.
Okay,
I can't
good.
imagine they'd invited me to a game with no money on the line.
Oh, they probably want to take some mana off you.
Yeah.
All right, I'm down. I need to
we'll
talk to
tap-
some people about
We'll
some.
tap some cards, gather some mana. You know how it is.
I wouldn't possibly know. I've never met you before in my life. Except I have, of course. They're not going to buy that line for more than 3 seconds.
No. But I know, you've got the ultimate poker face there, so.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And some very wild NHPs who don't mind apparating behind other people and providing heads-up displays.
I wouldn't be able to see it if I. Why did I look behind me?
Because
You
you're
tell me.
Because you're very cute.
Oh, thanks, buddy. I think we've got some time to kill.
Well, I need to go talk to some people about some things that are definitely maybe true.
Okay, then. Have fun.
You as well. I'll catch you later at the card game.
Sure.
Remember, sit to my left.
Sounds good.
All right. Yeah, stepping in. There's the short, space bridge leading into the accounts to just a rest stop, basically. A small lounging area connected to, rooms for rent, a small cafeteria. Nothing overly fancy. Though, when you step in, the one individual still inside, you can see the eyes move to you, waves to you, and the eyes move off to your left just a little, looking at what is the manifestation of Jeeves, who has decided to take a stroll with you. And then looks back to you. Well, hey there. Did you need a room? Something I can help you with?
I'm here to spread rumors.
I'm more interested in hearing some tales and news. We've been on our way for quite a while and trying to catch up. It's flip space is a hell of a thing.
Right here.
You got anyone who's running some OmniNet connection here? Some kind of news net?
Oh, no, nothing like that here. We try to stay out of the way, Wars, whatever it is, typically only brings trouble.
Anyone who can send messages? I got some people I need to contact. Important kind of stuff.
Yeah, you could probably, the back room there, if you can get it to work. Place has been falling apart for years.
Well, thankfully, both of us repair and working with older things is my specialty.
I mean, yeah, I got quite a few things back there if you want to take a look. I can't really much pay you for your work, but...
Oh, no. Being able to use a stable messaging system will be more than enough payment.
Yeah, alright. Not that I don't trust your companions out there or anything, but while I'm away from the desk, I'm gonna lock the door. For all I know,
My.
you're all
Hear
here to
that?
rob
I want
us.
you to join him in the back and lock the door.
My. Thinking so little of us. Look, I can fix the system if you can promise to send a message. I gotta warn somebody, but I gotta do it in a kind of obscure way. Otherwise, a lot of people are gonna get hurt. You understand?
Oh, yeah.
No, I mean, do you understand? If you're gonna lock the door, I need this room to be locked down. What I'm about to tell you is incredibly important information for someone I care about safety.
I can do my best.
No. Does he have a name tag or something on?
He does not.
Look, here, what's your name? Quick.
It is not. It went from pure like friendliness and like, yeah, sure, I'll help you out, to absolute mistrust.
Friend. Don't have to tell me your name. It's fine. Names are just things we call ourselves and convince other people to do the same. What I need from you is not just do your best, but to do better. This is life or death. And this is some corpo stuff. Some big players. Sharks. And we don't want any chum coming in the water down here near the boat. Right? So we gotta be careful. Quiet. I need you to pull up your suspenders a little bit higher and be ready. Because you're in this with me or you're not. If you're not, then I have to take control of the situation. Because I can't let anyone get in the way, stop, and make someone else get hurt within Union space.
He hasn't said anything, but has gone from helpful and friendly to mistrusting to the point where you can actually see like fear. Look, I don't want whatever trouble you're bringing here. All right.
And I won't. And that's why I'm going to work with you to make sure this all goes over very incommunicado. What I need you to do, though, is promise me you're not just going to give this the old college try. I need your best. I need you to be golden in this one moment.
But, what do you
That's the point
need?
where I'd call the cops.
I need to send a message. Very broad-banded kind of way. I need your phone. I need you to not ask questions. I need you to forget I was here. I need you to forget everything about me. And to just accept that your communication system works now. Sound good?
Yeah.
I tap the desk and the man will hit his account. Good. I'll be using your message system. Don't mind me.
Oh, all right. I'm gonna go let the others know that we should probably hurry up.
Oh, no need to rush. Again, take your time. All we want is the best.
All we want to do is eat your brain.
While he starts kind of just backing up away, pulls out a radio, and you overhear the conversation of, yeah, let's make sure this job is done right. Please don't fuck anything up. And get back inside whenever you can. The system here has a very outdated, very archaic. NHP would be a generous term.
Rotary phone?
Compcon.
Yeah. It's a greeting program. It's meant to help direct travelers, help to handle finances, and distribute fuel and process orders. Very little beyond that.
Okay. I'm going to try something.
Sure.
I would like, because I have the talent Technophile, so technically I can sort of, kind of, maybe be very experienced in HP usage.
Yeah.
I would like to try and at least bring this answering rotary phone friendly visitor thing and Lancer lore, like step back time. I mean, NHPs are basically just math demons we convinced to be like people. I would like to try and do that, and if I could take that hacker fix check and use my talent, that is eluding me at the moment, but spectacular flourish.
Oh.
So I did the overall scan of this station with such ease that, like, full knowledge of the system, I can take that and put a +1 accuracy. Or is it just a +1? I just want to double check. Yeah, an accuracy into this one to try and just, like, get it working again by giving them a, I imagine 2000 era, 2000-year-old update.
Yeah.
And kind of just nudging it awake, basically.
Finally updated to
calling Windows at me.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Beat me to it.
I'm going to be able to run Doom on a oh, I didn't even add the accuracy. So there.
You could crit. Yeah.
I do crit. 21 total. So yeah, I'm running Doom on a Nokia watch. And I'm gonna run
Real
Doom.
Trick is running it on a TI-85.
Yeah, it's absolutely nothing. It is like physically just creating music with data, accessing each and every part of this CompCon unit that you can. Also finding that many of its systems have been voluntarily shut down, including like security cameras, outgoing and incoming communications. The logs over the past couple months have been scrubbed.
Do I find any silent alarms or, like, anything that was set in place, like if this user is detected, like send ping?
This station does have a silent alarm. It has not been triggered.
Do I get a sense of what that's linked to? Because I don't need them to think like, oh gosh, we're stealing from them. I need somebody
it would
to
go
think that.
back to the company that owns the fueling station.
Which would be?
It's a fantastic question.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Give me a second. No, you have the information. Andrew just doesn't have it.
Oh. No, see, I thought you were going to say Nova Dynamics.
No. You were looking at the Bonner Transportation Company.
Okay.
Shell Company.
Basically. It's a name you'd recognize. They own a number of fueling stations that you guys have used.
You said Shell, like the gas station.
Yeah.
I think Mike meant Shell, as in like
they work for Nova Dynamics.
Oh no. Yeah, Shell, like the gas station.
Okay, we won't trigger that though. But if I could, I'd like to get in there with my super expert hack and / Photoshop skills, and make it appear as if instead of our little junker, they had the HWSS Executioner docked Fenris came out, shouted a bunch of orders at people to refuel, and make sure very audibly seen that he has a map of Thoril ready to go.
Okay.
And then I want to take that file, flip it up, and then kind of just I can't think of any other way to say this, but like throw it like a paper airplane in the note direction of Thoril, and just in case any like super paranoid corporate executive type was scanning all the available
Yeah.
OmniNet systems or had some fast information network.
Yeah, couldn't imagine.
Just like flag it with, the proper
I love that
tags.
you are single-handedly keeping the 1996 movie Hackers alive.
Hack the planet.
Yeah, easy. And it looks to anyone short of a hyper-trained hacker or data miner, it looks legit.
Perfect. That's all I need.
So I break my pen in half. Is there any digging you would like to do with the system otherwise?
So, I mean, you mentioned a lot of it was scrubbed. Does it mention by whom?
It doesn't.
Problematic. Too good with scrubbing. I hate it. How dare they do their jobs well? I'll take the logs for the station and just see if I can fill in any blanks. Particularly looking for anything, maybe even like Captain Danko's. Yeah,
Yeah, that ship did pass by here. It did refuel. And it's about 2 weeks after the Harbinger passed through that the logs disappeared.
I think I'm good. And yeah, I think honestly, when he's done, and like, have I been able to like lightly awaken this NHP?
Yeah, you've at least returned it back to its full function.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, no, I'm good. I'll just back up and kind of give a light little, head nod to our newly awakened CompCon friend. I hope you to do well, friend. No, I'll be on my way. Let's pretend like we were never here, right?
Get to the symbol of affirmative, and you can physically see the data of any intrusion you had here is just erased.
All right. Well, if I had, I tip it to you. Now, I want to go make sure the people who work with you aren't too scared of me. Well, probably very scared of me. It'll work. I'm going to win a bunch of money off them.
All right. Sorry, the music cut out because Foundry crashed on me.
Oh no!
As it likes to do. Thanks, Foundry.
Hashtag sponsor us.
Please sponsor us.
Please sponsor us.
But yeah.
Please stop crashing and also sponsor us.
If you would like, you could all attend the card game, have drinks, hang out with the crew, who is more than happy to probably lose some mana to you all.
Yeah, I was still doing that more as an information gathering than anything else. Does my 23 on lay of the land that I got earlier get us anything?
Absolutely. Are you looking for anything specifically?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Did Kismet tell me anything weird was going on before this game?
Oh, no. Nothing weird's going on.
Okay, great. Thanks, buddy. Then no, I guess I'm just looking for. Well, actually, no. I think he would be looking for, um, since they're so close to the area that um that Mara is holed up in. I think he would be fishing for info on Nova Dynamics.
Okay. They haven't really heard of Nova Dynamics. Mara's ship specifically hasn't been through here.
Okay. Anything? I guess. Yeah. I guess that's what I'd be looking for. Yeah. I don't know what else. I mean, I'd be trying to get any cool information about the local area to them, especially anything that might be advantageous to us in dealing with Mara. So, casual chat about the planet. What's it like over there? You guys got any families from there? That kind of thing.
Yeah, for as friendly as they seem to be, they aren't particularly keen on sharing too much personal information.
That's fair.
And I think you rolled like a 20 something earlier for your roll for your
Yeah, 23.
Okay. As soon as the music starts back up. Is Blake there? Or is Blake back in the ship?
Nope. This is not my scene, baby.
Oh, but you were gonna be our rigger. You were gonna be the I don't know how to play this game.
Oh no, I win again? How strange. There we go. Boundaries back up. Well, as you are talking, you and Kismet sitting there, enjoying very friendly card game, enjoying drinks. The more you start to pry into, like, Mara and what's happening in the area, the more evasive they get. The more kind of fidgety they start to become, eventually reaching the point where mid-hand they just kind of like throw their cards down and just, well, looks like you got us. Hate to kick you out of here, but
we aren't finished yet. Come on, we got another round of betting to go.
We got reports to write. We got another shipment coming here in a few hours, and we still got to get ready for it.
Oh, well, shit. I'm sorry we held you up, boys. I didn't mean to do that.
No, don't worry about it. Your pilot already took care of the bill, so he holds out his hand to you. Just a towering individual of man, like approaching 7 feet, just like has worked in some form of construction or another his entire life. Just this brick house of a man holds his out a hand to you.
Yeah, I've definitely been eyeing him all night, but okay, cool. I would like to engage this gentleman in a extremely flashy secret handshake, and I will roll show off for that. It's a 6 again. Damn it! I just embarrassed myself. I'm like, okay, we'll go. First time I've ever gotten to roll show off.
All right. And neither, I know I asked this like 8 times a session, but neither of you have spot?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Might take it next level just to have it for when you ask that question.
I'm the only one with it, yeah.
Okay. Give me just a second. Boundary apparently doesn't love me. Or it does, because it knows that I'm rolling for other things.
Okay. As we're walking out, I am gonna quietly radio Blake. Yeah, we just got kicked out of a game with a poker game with locals early. after we'd already taken a bunch of their money. That never happens. Something weird's going on. Maybe get stuff ready on board the ship.
I mean, that stacks completely. You took them money. Of course they wanted rid of you.
Oh, no. In a poker game, when you take their money, then their ego comes into play, and they want to keep playing with you until they get their money back, not realizing that they never will.
That sounds very, very stupid.
Yes, it is. That's why I enjoy it. Because then I get to take a lot of people's money.
Right, okay. I think we're ready to go.
All right.
Okay.
Well, I'm heading back to the ship. Kismet, you coming?
No, I really want to stick around and hang out in this lovely little OmniNet dead spot, so...
All right, man, you do you.
As the two of you do start walking back, Jeeves pops into your head there, Kismet. Unfortunate turn of events here. They did try to upload something into our ship. It was very barbaric, almost laughable, but looks like a tracker.
Yeah, well, that's what we get for poking the bear. Why don't you, can you isolate that program?
Already done.
Fantastic. Get onto a data stick, and we're gonna put that onto some space trash. We'll see what direction that flies off into next.
Will do. But the two of you are allowed to leave. Station attendants here just watch you go.
Bye, friends.
See you later. This is super weird, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. They think they've just been hired by some very paranoid person to try and keep lookout over us.
That's super cool. Can't imagine who that would be.
Well, I can. I have several guesses, but
yeah.
most importantly,
Mask getting in the way of your tongue again?
No. My tongue is always free and pliable.
Okay. I was gonna say I could help you with that.
No, the voice box sometimes. I will just smack it onto some space junk and let it drift.
Oh, they sent a tracker on us? Okay.
Oh, they tried. Bless their hearts. They tried.
Well, give Jeeves my thanks. We should get away so I can talk to Jeeves.
Maybe.
All right. Keep your secrets, weird, unshackled NHP man.
Yeah. You reboard your ship. Everything seems to be fine. Even just running a preliminary scan, it looks like you were refueled. Everything short of the attempted virus that they tried to implant. Everything looks all right.
Hey.
Astrid comes over your comms. Can we get out of here already? This isn't a place I would like to spend any more time.
Oh.
Yeah, let's hit the bricks. These people are kind of jerks.
They only tried to
a lot of their money, though.
Yeah, and they only did try to implant us with one tracking virus.
That's usually one more than I like on my ship.
It's not on your ship.
Were staring at us very intently. It was odd.
Yeah, they're not very subtle.
It's fine. They should know better.
The maglocks disengage. There's that moment of free fall before your own engines kick on and slowly jet away from the refueling station.
Okay. Well, are we back to Operation Stomp a Mud Hole in Mara's face then?
I'd go further than a mud hole, but yeah, sure.
Oh, you want me to make you a mud hole? I know how to make those.
I said I go further than a mud hole.
Further. Oh, I thought you said you could go for a mud hole.
To drink. Well, I think as the four of you do fly off, leaving whatever the hell that was behind, it's a great place for us to take a break, give everyone a chance to grab a drink, stretch your legs, do what you gotta do. Give us just a few minutes, and we will be right back. See you soon, everybody. welcome to the Lost Caravan RPG.
A haven for the lost, the worn, and the wandering.
Whether you only need a place to rest your soul,
or looking for a brand new journey, we welcome you.
You are safe within our ranks, surrounded by the friends you have yet to meet.
Some of you may be new, eager to take your first steps in the shoes of a hero.
Others are veterans of a war fought through generations.
Having played dozens of characters
and rolled hundreds of dice.
Either way, we can promise you will find moments of adventure and heartbreak,
as well as moments of tears and laughter.
Countless noble tales have been spun around our campfire,
such as Pathfinder, Dungeons and Dragons, Lancer, and Locust.
We travel anywhere and everywhere,
exploring towering castles, desolate space stations, and haunted mansions.
We have a few roles if you decide to stay.
Treat each other with love, kindness, and acceptance.
We never judge on appearance, only on richness of character.
For as long as you ride with the caravan, you will never walk alone.
We work together to forge a better world for us, and for every traveler after we're gone.
So, take a seat, grab a drink, and listen to our tales.
When you're ready, we'll help you tell a tale of your own.
And welcome back. This is why I don't unmute the desktop until a good 2 or 3 seconds after we transition.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit of that. I don't have phones in that size.
But let's switch back over to something far less depressing.
Yeah, that music is the music of my depression now. it only plays when we're all very sad.
Well, your tracker in hand, you're able to just attach it to some floating garbage and just jettison it out across space, if that's what you'd like to do.
Oh, absolutely.
And from
Can
there...
we draw a giant middle finger on it first?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Making sure.
Just a virus that when they access it just floods their system with just a bunch of middle fingers.
Yep.
And porn, but not
good porn. No, really boring porn.
All right. Well,
really boring porn, and then awkward silence, and then all right.
You have a destination. Your mechs are rebuilt. What would you like to do?
Well, we're heading back, right? That's the plan? Now that we've gotten everything together and the plan when we got here was to go down to the planet. Probably do some reconnaissance, but mostly find Mara and kill her. Yeah?
That's the broad strokes, yes. But I feel like we need to start honing in.
Yeah.
One thing to suggest, nay, demand. Maybe we don't take this shuttle planet side.
You want to drop instead?
I think it's probably safest. For a variety of reasons, not least of which is we don't know if she knows we're coming. We are hoping that she doesn't, and I can maybe find out for sure.
Not exactly subtle to drop into a populated station, though, is it?
Well, what can we do about that? Put a pin in the answer to that, but what can we do about that to mask ourselves? My main reasoning is that twofold. One, we know the pitch, and if she gets wind of us coming, or she encounters us and then runs and decides she doesn't want to deal with us, the first thing she's going to do is to take it out on the nearest collateral, and that's this ship.
Yeah.
So we should probably do our best to protect it and the people leaving aboard. Secondly, there are things on board the ship that I'm going to leave here, and I'm sure, Kismet, you're going to leave things here too that you really, really don't want her to get her hands on, should the worst come to the worst.
If you guys are talking about what I think you're talking about, I kind of feel like we should bring the NHP party with us.
I don't mean the NHPs.
Okay.
Alicia is ready to come back. She's finished reading the book. And the upshot of it is I do not want that book anywhere near Mara Watson.
Yeah. I can feel that.
They can drop us off and then stay at a drop distance for whatever we need. There's no reason for us to go and make some big dramatic entrance.
That's not what I'm... Of all people, darling, you know I'm not asking for that.
You wanted us to make an orbital drop onto a planet. That's not exactly
I
subtle.
don't request that. I'm asking in what ways we can leave the ship behind. If there are subtle ways to do that, obviously that's the one I'm going to gravitate towards.
Yeah.
But
We
not
just wait in
charge.
orbit.
Fine.
Easy.
I had hoped there would be more traffic at that stop, and we maybe could have hopped on board somebody else's vessel. But
Always go back and steal one of their ships.
that's not the worst idea.
I know it isn't. It's mine.
I'm telling him. I can't see his face, but I know he's got his eyebrows raised.
We're going into Union space. It's going to be a lot of bureaucracy and red tape. That's exactly where this little spider bitch likes to hide.
That's exactly where she has the upper hand.
And that's why us going in and trying to act like we can go out onto like some fringe planet in the outer rim isn't going to work. We have to be careful. We got by the rules.
Let's play by the rules where our ship stays safe, then. That's all I'm requesting.
Then it goes into orbit and stays out of scan range.
Okay, so what are we fighting about? We're in agreement.
You were disagreeing with me and throwing all this doubt around.
Would you two fuck already? I'm sorry. I'm sorry I shouldn't have said that out loud. Please continue with your petty bickering.
That's just every time I make a decision or say like anything, even though I'm technically in charge now, I get second guessed, and that's like, really? I thought I was in charge.
Yes, you darling.
You wanted to go and steal a ship, and you didn't want to hear it, and then you wanted to go and check out other options because you don't believe me when I say things are true.
Seconds there where somebody thought one of my ideas was a good idea. It was really nice. I'm gonna hold on to that for a while.
I can't win. I can make one of you happy, but not both of you.
I mean, I'm sure you can make both of us happy at the same time, but we shouldn't discuss that right now.
Oh, I'm certainly more than a one-handed wieldable. I'm a multi-frame mount, if you know what I mean.
I'm a two-handed weapon.
Look, that was my request. Please, can we protect this ship? Please, can I protect this book? I don't want to anywhere near
Yes,
it. I don't want to get my hands
absolutely
on
we
it.
can.
Thank you. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah. No, I think we all just got confused because I said, do you want to do a drop entrance? And you said yes.
Ah, I can see where that would trip you up.
Yeah.
Well, Astrid, who I assume is part of this conversation?
Fine.
Being the pilot and all?
Yeah, that makes sense.
You're such a pick-me.
Oh, jealous.
Would you two?
Alright. What do we do? I prefer not to get shot down.
Well, okay. Do we have any evidence that... I mean, I feel like before we even get an orbital scan, we'll be able to determine whether the planet has any shoot something out of orbit scale weapons on it.
But
right?
If she's as dangerous as you say she is, then I guarantee she does.
Okay.
Is this what I use out of character? Is this what I use it for? Do we want to know if she knows we're coming?
I think we do.
Okay. I go to my room, I meditate for an hour. Hoop tells me the answer to that question, and I come back out.
Where is she going? Blake! Blake, where are you going?
I'll be right back, Donnie.
I know
you can knock out of my
it's
system.
supposed to be a yes or no answer, right?
It's yes, no, or unclear, and I hate that. I hate that I have to tell you that.
I am going to elaborate just a little because the answer is yes, that she knows you are eventually coming. She does not know that you are currently in the system.
Perfect. That's
So
fine.
yes.
I think that would have been the framing of my question would have been, does she know that we're in orbit right now, ready to drop?
So no, she does not.
Okay.
I come back out and I tell them that. We
How do
have
you-
the element of surprise.
How do you know
How
that?
do I know that? Glory of Nos, Lady of Darkness, the Beckoning of the Dawning Shadow. I've tried to introduce you to her. She knows things.
Are the
I mean,
titles
look,
done?
again,
That is not in the pamphlet. You
There's
gotta
a
make
lot-
better pamphlets.
that's hurtful. There's a lot more titles, darling, but I assumed that you were going to cut me off and get angry that I was talking over you.
No, the titles are the best part of your religion.
I know, they're pretty good. Whoever came up with it was a pretty good writer.
Yeah.
God, they should be like hired by a company.
Yeah.
Right?
Be
New
paid
writing?
I can think of any big companies who are into Lancet.
They should be hired by big
Oh, they hire
companies.
me. They should.
Um,
Tomorrow. Abaddon, we're talking directly to you. I know you watched the stream.
Oh no.
Who the fuck is that? Holy shit, Reckless, remind me to fucking pick up Reckless to talk this week. Listen, you can trust, this is another thing, you can trust me, you can not trust me, but she doesn't know we're coming, and that's the word of courage from Nos.
I trust you.
Sorry.
All right.
that's my makeup.
Go.
Cool.
Well,
All right. So that
we'll
solves one of our problems, but we don't know what her scanning range or anything is, and whether she'll be able to just fuck us up at the moment we enter the
Thorhill.
system.
Does Thorhill have moons?
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic. Doesn't know we're on a drop ship. She's expecting the Iron Cerberus.
Mhm.
We go in, get like drop us off. You keep a moon between us and the planet we're on at all times. And once we get a clear radio signal to you requesting pickup, you start on your way down.
Now, dumb question, but I know we're doing this subtler. We are going down in our mechs, right? Or bringing them? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, good. Just wanted to make sure we weren't going that subtle.
It's Union space. Everyone's got a mech.
Not that we wouldn't appreciate the firepower being left behind for us, just in case. Yes, I would recommend that you all go in as hot as you can.
Oh, well, that's
I
not
do
hot for
everything
us.
super hot. Yeah.
Right. So, we spend our time hiding in the shadows of the moon, keeping out of anyone's radar, off anyone's scanners. The moment we hear from you, we emergency dive bomb down to collect you. Though if it's really is a pick up and go, we won't have time to properly load all of your mechs.
Well, I mean, my mech can go EVA, so.
We can chuck ourselves into whatever you got. We'll be set for test off. Anyone gets blown up, it's just wreckage.
Likely.
Alright. Well, we'll get into orbit, get into position, find a place that they won't see you drop in, and you'll have it from there.
Where do we drop?
You say when or where?
Where? I'm asking Kismet where. How accurate is your scanner right now? How accurate can you...
I think we said that your lock-on was accurate within like 15, 20 miles, something like that.
But it was way less than that, but sure.
It could have been.
Mm.
I don't remember
No,
off the
it's
top of my
it's
head.
actually 50 to 5,000 miles.
Mm.
Actually, the scanner plays I would walk 500 miles.
I actually feel like what you said was half a mile, but...
Hey, that could very well be. It has been a hot minute.
I mean, you can wreck on it if you want to. You're God in this universe.
No, we will say that even if it was before, or sorry, even if it wasn't before, it brings you within about a mile.
Okay. So where do we drop? And then how do we approach? Are we just going in guns blazing? Like once we're on surface, that's...
I don't think
Can I
so.
open my
because...
mouth?
All right, sorry, you
Yeah,
asked a question and I was
damn.
answering it. My
Damn.
God.
It's all the discussion. You can't be offended when other people contribute.
I wasn't oh-godding at him, I was oh-godding at you.
Why?
Because he's rolling his fucking eyes, I can tell.
How could you tell he's rolling
I
his
can
eyes?
tell.
There's some meta knowledge being used by players, and I think they're doing no. We agreed the ship's gonna drop us off, and we'll go in, nice and easy, like start figuring our shit out, and for anything that looks like someone wants to keep hidden, we start investigating once we're on planet.
Anyway, we can do ourselves up to look like a Union survey team in their mechs or something like that. Something a little bit less conspicuous than our war combat mechs.
I mean, do you want to strip your mech and leave all its parts on the ship? Be my guess.
Oh,
but...
no, I just meant like a paint job, smartass.
I think that's more conspicuous, if anything. Bear in mind, most of us are in new mechs, so she won't recognize us.
Unless she was monitoring the ship that we just fought in those new mechs in. But no, then if she was monitoring that, she would know we were coming. And Saradrin told us she didn't, so... Kara, sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think that's how you say it.
Nope, it's certainly not.
Like you haven't been reading the pamphlets.
I have not until today. Today I started reading this one, and let me tell you, it does not mention the ability to know things but through walls.
That's kind of higher levels. That's a higher level thing. You don't get that just from like pamphlet 101.
You have to be a level 15 E-class D.
You have to have sold at least 500 units and convinced your friends to sell 500 more.
Yeah. Because the Caradon's at the top, but you know you can factor in somewhere on this level, and then it's not a pyramid scheme. It's a triangle job.
It's a triangle job. I hear they give this really sweet pink spaceship at the end of it, though.
I picture that Blake has a digital representation of Kismet, like, just in her peripherals at all times, and it's just heavily rolling its eyes.
I like it.
But yeah. Are there any final preparations? Any reserves that you feel you would have at hand? Because we don't really use reserves all that often.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever used reserves.
I give out like fucking candy in my game. We should really...
Reserves, more downtime, you can acquire them, right?
Yes, but you have also had plenty of time up here in preparation. You knew where you were headed before you even left the Iron Cerberus. It wouldn't be a stretch to say that you at least packed some reserves in tow.
We're tight on space, though.
You are.
I definitely. Well, let's hold on and see what else we've got. Ooh, can we say that we did a? Oh, do we have to roll on this table, the reserves table?
We don't have to.
Okay. Can we say we did scouting, and we have detailed information on the kind of mechs and threats you will face on the mission, such as number, type, and statistics?
I would say that would be a very good use of your time in orbit.
Yeah.
I'm absolutely astonished that you didn't request an orbital bombardment there, Mattis. Who are you? Who are you really?
We don't have the Cerberus. We can't
don't.
do an orbital bombardment.
Worth remembering, though.
Yeah. Hey, every time I've asked.
But if you keep asking.
At one point, it'll happen. Ripley Protocol, baby.
Well, since you do generally have a good idea of where they are, you're able to scout the area unseen. That means a vast majority of the forces here are currently inactive. But you are looking at over a dozen currently active Lancer units, as well as a full defense grid of AA guns, of anti-personnel mortars and machine guns, to full-on minefields across some parts of the terrain. They've had a lot of time to barricade themselves in here.
Oh. All right. So I take the the drawing pen and draw a big circle on the minefield and say, okay, so we'll drop right here, right? Just right in there. Now who's rolling their eyes?
Simultaneously, I saw 2 eye rolls and then looks at Mike.
All right. So, we've got this whole layout. Is there a part of this, a part of her area that looks like, you know, it's slightly more blind or slightly worse defended?
Yes, I would say that your own personal military expertise would kind of give you that additional oversight as to like, okay, we can't go here, we can't go here. This looks like less defended, but in actuality, this would be a kill box. Landing kind of on the base of the other side of the mountains and then going through those would be your best bet, since they use the mountains as kind of like a natural defensive barrier. That's
Got it.
You're least likely to get blown up immediately from that direction.
When you say through the mountains, do you mean like walking on the mountains, or do you mean we're actually going to be tunneling through the mountains?
You could walk over. You could use the natural cave systems here to physically go through.
Ooh, natural cave systems, I like that.
Bit of spelunking, always fun.
Yeah.
That would also hide your heat signatures.
What do you guys think? You want a journey into the center of the earth?
I guess.
Okay, it sounds like there's hesitations.
I figured. I thought the plan was to land quietly and provoke her out of the kill box she had put herself in, and not play to her game. Remember that bit? Remember that whole bit of planning we did?
Right, where you were gonna impersonate Fenris and Okay. Hey,
But by all means, if we want to rush headlong into the area that she is perfectly created in order to kill intruders, let's do it, because that sounds awesome.
Who the fuck are you, and what have you done with Kismet?
Who even knows anymore? Hey, didn't you hear Kismet died in the by superheated plasma weaponry?
Told.
So, yeah. Why don't we just try and lure out her teams one by one, bringing them into, you know, back alley ambushes like Pandora, Pandeus rather. World of Warcraft, not Avatar.
I definitely didn't model the planet after Pandora.
I like that one. You know I do.
Okay.
So I'm in charge.
To give you just a little bit that you would have picked up on since you started orbit here, your message that just happened to float here that Fenris was on station and was on the lookout was definitely received. Or picked up, I should say.
Okay. All right. So then disguising the mechs is still a good idea, and I am a genius. Because if we can make our battle-hard mechs look like they belong to Fenris, then she'll probably come out to engage. And we can choose the theater.
It was just as easy to present ourselves as mercs who Fenris had hired.
Yeah, I just mean we got to make it look like that and not the fancy schmancy stuff we've got going on.
I don't think we're super fancy schmancy.
I am the fanciest. Have you seen? I pulled up a picture of my mech. Have you seen how pretty this is?
I have seen it, darling. It's very pretty.
That's what she said.
If you would really like to get rid of your paint job and do it over, then you feel free, darling.
I am asking for input from the group.
That's fine. That's fine. I think that's fine.
All right, fine. What is the plan then? Since all of my ideas are bad, what is the plan?
Nobody at any point has said any of your ideas are bad. We are going with your ideas. Stop that.
Likely implied one of his ideas was bad.
Yeah, you definitely did.
Daria pulls out the paint gun. Am I repainting it?
No,
If I can...
no, it's fine. Leave it as it is.
It looks very nice.
Thank you.
So how are we getting her to see Fenris? Are we doing the original idea that we had of putting a hollow disguise over Kismet and having him walk around town as Fenris? Are we
So
doing
here's the
that and
thing.
then hopping back into our mechs?
I've been thinking about that. We have to imagine ourselves as hyper paranoid, a hyper paranoid person in a long blood feud with their parental figure. If you just saw your enemy walking around town in the open, you wouldn't believe that. No, we have to be subtle. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start building my own little spider web. You find me a spot where I can get access to the OmniNet, and I'll start having little sideways back alley dealings. People start asking questions about her. I'll get some more info on her location. I'll have it linked back to a spot we can jump her in. She sends a team to investigate. They disappear. We start playing these into a new spot, and we just see how long we can string her along then before she starts diving in further into the initial spot we have, which is in and of itself the actual trap location.
Yeah, that sounds
Because
good. Let's do it.
because the rest of you could be between jumping her teams, can be working on creating our own little kill box. Because why not, right?
Sure. Sounds good.
All right. Well, Sharia is going to forcibly but gently grab you by the collar there, Mattis. All right, you're gonna come look at this paint job. You're gonna tell me if there's anything I gotta change, or I put this
You don't
damn
have
paint
to change
away.
everything. Just put the paint away. It's fine. We're good. But you can keep grabbing there if you want.
Fuck you.
That's what I'm saying.
It's for the moment. With Astrid returning to the pilot seat, Blake and Kismet, the two of you have the conference room, which is a very generous term for it, to yourselves.
Cupboard. Don't sugarcoat it.
I'm so sorry. I had a... Okay, it's the two of you. Cool. I'm out.
Been avoiding me? Avoiding
Oh.
everyone?
No. I've just been busy.
Mm-hmm. Anything fun?
Well, yes. Yeah, no. Got some cool things to implement next time we get a chance to print. Cyrus is being very much more active. Now, oh, and Jeeves is doing great. I think I can actually sync up brainwaves to the OmniNet forcibly, and then, ooh, it gets real tricky.
I don't know what any of that means, but I'm happy you're happy.
Yeah. Oh no, it's all wonderful and great.
Yeah. Terrible liar.
Oh no, I'm a great liar. The problem is you know too much, and that's not fair.
That's a hilarious statement. Come on.
Not laughing as much as I'd like you to then, but why? What do you want? Here, let me I can go get the couch out if you want,
No.
and you can psychoanalyze me.
I'm not trying to psychoanalyze
I can
you. I'm asking you how
psychoanalyze
you're
you.
doing. I'm asking how
I
you're
told
doing.
you. I told you I'm doing fine.
And I don't
I'm
believe
about
you
to
for a second. How are you really doing?
really not a strong basis for a relationship. I mean, it's all about trust at the end of the day.
Okay, so open up. You're always telling me to. Money where your mouth is. Presuming you have one.
Wouldn't you like to know? So, there was another Kismet. Easy.
Yeah, simple.
And
And you didn't seem to know about that.
No, but now I do, and it's fine.
Do you know why there was another Kismet?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it clicked on, and things happen.
Mm-hmm.
Protocols activated, that kind of thing. It's fun stuff. Again, don't want to get like too heady about it, especially with the lady who wants to go chatting about secrets with their god. Who? Okay, but it's just me.
What is that supposed to mean?
I'm just saying, for the goddess of secrets. I don't need to. I don't need to add my offerings to the pile here. You don't need to pray for me.
That's what you think.
Look, I'm doing my own wonderful divinity thing here. I'm a host of spirits.
This is what worries me. You joke about it, you love to razz me about it. But I do still believe in that. And so, if this is part of it, is it not worth exploring?
It is worth exploring, but there's certain things I simply can't get into with you. Theology and, the deeper truths of the universe. I don't want to get you too flustered. You already have so much of your own ideology and faith wrapped up. I'd hate to introduce conflicting perspective into it.
Why? My faith is solid enough. You think you can shake it? Try me.
Oh, no, I don't want to try, because that sounds hard.
Oh, yes, we wouldn't want to try anything hard, would we, darling? God forbid you should step outside of your comfort zone.
I don't have a comfort zone. The world is my comfort zone. Look, I know you want me to go spill my guts, and I
No,
can
but I'm
try
asking
my
for it.
best to cry and tell you what's going on. I can tell you right now, once this becomes an issue for everyone else, I'll keep you all updated on the situation. But for right now, I'm handling it. I'm feeling fine. I'm at operable levels. It's all good. I've offloaded all the critical thinking for a later date. I don't need anybody worrying about how I'm going to handle this next situation.
Really disappointing, Kismet. I wish I could be more
never-
surprised.
Well, I wish your words could sting a bit more, but you've already insulted me plenty of times, so fortunately I've grown a resistance to it. I like it too much.
You can't use your humor as a defense mechanism and then be upset when people use it right back at you.
Oh, I'm not. I'm not upset. I hate to give the impression that I'm upset that other people are using humor as a defense mechanism, especially if it works. Whatever works best for people.
Sometimes what works best for people is knocking their head against a brick wall, apparently.
Hey, whatever works best for you. I mean, you did inhale a lot of toxic chemicals. It seemed to work fine. He yelled at me about that too. Seems some correlation there.
Is anything not a joke to you?
Oh, plenty of things.
Such as?
Food. I really like it. Really good. I don't fuck around with it. Put a lot of effort into that shit. Medical care. My friends. People I care about, bringing them back from being almost
there any?
visually run over.
Are there any? People you truly care about?
I get it. Okay. I'm not fitting your standard definition for trust right now, and I understand that. I understand. You think I need to be open and honest and show everybody the fleshy face I have under the mask, and that's fine. I understand that acts as a barrier, But what I don't get is why you all can't understand that this is the face I show to choose the rest of the world as well. I'm not taking this down for anybody. Like this is me, and I don't know why that's an issue.
I don't have any standard definitions of anything, though. I'm learning all of this as I go. And even amongst the small group that I have to learn this, all this shit from.
If I give you a crumb, a little snippet into my brain right now, would you be happy?
No. Forget it.
Well, it's impossible to do. I have a very great memory.
Alicia is ready to come back, and I just didn't want to be alone when she
Well,
returned.
I'm right here. I'm here to support you and Alicia's journey, just as I've always been. I don't understand why I need to be some, open book to everybody.
Did
I'm
you
allowed to have
request that
things.
from us?
No. I
How
don't
many
need to
times
know.
you've told me to open up?
Because it's healthy and good. I know it's healthy and good for you.
Oh, for me.
Of course.
It's good for
Oh,
me.
you think I don't know I'm a hypocrite? I live in that space. I fully intend to live and die here. No, maybe. We'll see about it. Like I said, as soon as it becomes an issue, I'll be happy to appraise the crew, but for right now, I mean, this isn't really something anyone has to worry about.
How do you know
It's
when it's
like,
going to become an issue? How do you know ahead of time?
because I'm very smart, and also, fraction of a deific thing, who knows? I've got a lot of math demons in my brain. I might be one. Ooh, that's a fun theory.
I'll let
Look.
Alicia back in now.
Look. How about this? How about this? I would take the mask down, right? This would be off my face. You could all see me and smooch me as you liked. Very easy access. But there's a part of my brain that really makes that fucking terrible. And I'm just starting to understand. So, Alicia, how are they doing?
You've said she's fine. She decoded the book.
Good. Oh, progress. Good that you two could operate in the same cognitive space in separate areas. It's positive progress. Shows a lot of steps towards us safely removing Alicia in the future. Oh, isn't this so much easier talking about not me?
Can you?
Would you like to remove your side of the barrier? Just focus on that manifestation of a wall, that barricade between you and the potential endless being that is Alicia. And bit by bit, it just starts to crumble down until that cool, possibly comforting, possibly terrifying presence again is in the back of your mind. It's a long silence. Hello?
Alicia?
Yes.
Are you okay? I'm talking out loud just for his benefit.
I believe so, yes. The parts of me that were corrupted, I feel I was able to remove and delete and repair.
So you were corrupted by that?
It tried, yes.
But you feel okay?
I feel up to proper processing.
What parts of you were corrupted, do you know? Just want to know if there's any pattern to what it targeted, or if it was random.
I believe it was random.
Do you remember the message you sent me?
Yes, I do.
Anything to add?
Only that this book belongs either somewhere safe or destroyed.
Can it be destroyed?
It could. Anything can be destroyed.
I don't think I want to do that just yet.
Is this conversation open for Kismet and Jeeves?
Mhm.
Should we retire to private space for this conversation?
I just look at Kismet.
Works for me.
Sure.
She'd bring up, similar to what Kismet has done in creating that digital space where you all had the freedom to talk, with kind of just the snap of a finger, and it manifests into just this beautiful, peaceful countryside estate. There are houses, but they are few and far apart. They look like farming steads.
Where are we, Alicia?
This is where Mara was born.
Why are we here now?
Because even though I try not to be her, and you would like me to not be her, it is still comforting.
I can understand that. That's fine.
It's good you're creating your own identity.
I thought you didn't want to be part of this conversation.
Oh, that's what you meant. Sorry. Oh, you meant private place that I could create. Still,
You want to be part of this or not?
I'll listen.
Have you told him what this book is capable of?
No, I haven't told anybody yet.
Would you like to, or should I?
It seems to provide a way for a human brain to ascend. It seems to be what Mara is working towards. I think this is somehow independently of her, I hope, her end goal. If she were to get her hands on this, I don't think anything that we would do would matter.
Pilot Price, that you had encountered, and his CompCon unit. They were examples of what this book can achieve. He accepted that what was in this stream of data was, to some, they call it heaven, they call it paradise, they call it, well, Elysium, the reward after, and he's gone.
Kismet, did you track Micron?
Go track who?
Micron, the NHP.
Well, we've been a little busy, but Not as far as we'd like. Bounces around a lot. The HPs, you know. Not bound by conventional blink gates.
You read the book. You read the book there in the temple.
Well, you know, skimmed it.
He was
Found the
down there for a
drawings.
long time. You read it. He died with a handprint on his chest. And then his NHP hopped out of his mech and walked off.
Well, no, it seems like it forcibly removed itself or someone else removed it.
So connect the dots. Get there faster.
So someone is, what, waiting around?
It's him. He converted his consciousness into digital form, popped into his NHP, and got up and walked off.
Files aren't clear on the cascade. Micron went insane. Well, cascaded, right? Not insane. In a separate way to Price's death. Like Micron left.
The closer they got to that final way station, the more Micron was starting to deteriorate. Till they finally got there, and Price had to physically shut down Micron, had to separate himself because he was fully gone.
But
And
Micron
then
outlived him.
he did.
There was a report from Micron after Price passed.
Price died, and then Micron was seemingly ripped from the mech and was freed.
It seems like somebody, or somehow, the NHP known as Micron, though now, of course, in Cascade might be going by a different title, has, it went away. Someone came in and removed it. It involves, maybe that implies some kind of curation of the holy sites that you hold dear. By whatever force, I don't know. But that book had an effect.
Yeah, it did.
That's
That's why I want to keep it from her.
Kismet, I believe that is why that you also had the streams of data showing the handprint.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Thankfully, Jeeves is very smart and doesn't need anyone's help to run rampant.
If you would like, I could start looking into ways to destroy the data in this book.
Oh, well, probably best should, but that could also be useful for e-defense weights if we learned how to prevent it. Let's study how it works as you go about trying to pull it apart.
Don't try and pull it apart. Try and figure out how you would pull it apart, but don't do it yet.
Alternatively, it could be reverse engineered. It could take a CompCon unit, a digital personality, and transplant it into a body.
Yeah, a CompCon like you.
Am I a CompCon?
Well, Kismet.
No. Okay.
She's suddenly a digital personality. Shut up in Welsh.
You're a fully realized individual person, Jeeves. You just happen to not be bound by the current accepted norms of what it means to be a person.
Well, I meant Alicia.
Oh, Alicia. Yeah, absolutely. Alicia is also absolutely
So it
is a
could work.
growing independent consciousness, so it could work. Yeah.
Yeah, I would go about trying to figure that out, Alicia.
I had a tangent, a thought that I mulled over for many cycles while I was studying the book. This real Mara. If you had her body,
Oh, we're going to have her body very soon.
we could use this to put me into her body.
Mm-hmm.
I could start looking into homunculus chips.
Does that make us no better than her?
Oh no, absolutely, it makes us better than her. It's called
Does it?
dramatic irony. That the technology that she sought to pioneer is used against her.
The technology she sought to pioneer that so incensed us and offended our morality, some of us, those of us who had it, that we decided she needed to die. Did we really do that to her?
She did to our friend.
Doesn't matter. Does that justify us doing it to her? Morals.
Justify.
You're struggling with it.
Justify maybe, but if we're talking about giving a clean breakaway attempt for you and Elysia,
The
and
other
then
part of this. Go on, finish your thought.
then we also have a chance to. Well, I'm just thinking long term. Wouldn't it be nicer to have a positive influence in Nova Dynamics leadership? Though I should note, Alicia, you would be inhabiting the body of a very wanted woman by your father. So something to think about.
At the moment,
From-
I inhabit the body of a Lancer pilot who has nearly been killed multiple times since I've been here.
Oh, but she's very pretty.
No, you don't get to do that anymore. You're done.
You can try and stop me.
If I were to replace the consciousness that is Mara Wardson, I would have influence over Nova Dynamics. I would be able to remove the bounty placed on all of you. And I would be out of your head. Though, I have information that you potentially would find too dangerous to be loose.
The other part of this is that this is, as I suspected, the work of Helwyn. Caradwyn's evil sister. She's bad news.
No, I recall. I'm just mulling over the possibilities of it. I think you mentioned that you believe Price was instead following this hard one. So, what we're effectively using, what could be like the anti-doctrine to what you preach as a means of, but reversing that makes it good.
Unless it's what she wanted the entire time.
Maybe.
I don't
It's
have
hard.
answers to this. I'm just sharing my thoughts with you. I'm sharing my feelings and hoping that means we can connect on some level and reach some sort of.
Oh, we can certainly connect. I feel very connected right now. I feel like we're solving a problem together. It's very good. And it doesn't involve you having to, worry about me, which is good. I don't want you to worry about me. That's all I handle. So. We start working on this code, and if anything starts seeming a bit too easy, like it's a bit too, wow, this almost seems like it was made to be reversed and run in the opposite direction, then we start asking questions, and that's when both of you flag us.
I have run through 1.3 million different potential reversing's of this code.
Is that all?
I had a lot of time alone.
So,
And if I do seem out of control, Pilot Blake has the ability to seal me off at any moment. By this point, Osiris has kind of been prowling around the room, as he does, and has got up to the manifestation of Alicia, curled up just like a big old kitty cat, and just encircled her in warmth and comfort and just maybe recognizing another predator.
Oh, cool. Okay. You start work on that. And we'll go and get you a body.
Mostly intact, I assume.
Hmm?
I assume we need it mostly intact.
I just won't like that.
No.
As long as the body is resuscitatable, the damage is irrelevant.
I mean, could we even just like get a sample and flash clone you one?
We could. There could be complications.
Well, we'd hate complications.
That is why your friend, Pilot Kate, was not successfully overridden.
Well, also I removed the homunculus chip, but sure, let's chalk it up to flash cloning strangeness.
Either way.
My goodness, you have been occupying the same brain space. Anyway.
I will send my data over to Jeeves and be at your disposal.
Perfect. We'll leave you two alone. Have fun. And Kismet will just fade.
Thank you, Alicia.
Of course. I apologize if I distressed you or worried you.
Do that far too much, it seems.
Are there concerns that I can put your mind at ease?
No, I don't think so. But thank you.
I was unsure if you would want all of this information given to your companions. But there were signs, not only of Pereduin, but of the entity that they refer to as Beatrice.
It's really good. What signs?
That Halwyn did its best to mimic, to encompass everything that they were, and that they are sleeping, to put it in terms.
Did you get any information on how to reverse that? Or are you too far removed from that instance?
I don't know yet, but I could search for that information.
Please. That takes priority over anything else.
Understood. Would you like to be separated from me while I do this?
Would it make things quicker for you?
It would be irrelevant.
Then no. Stick around.
Understood.
Thank you.
It is good to be back.
You sound unsure of that.
I'm unsure if you and your companions feel the same.
Happy that you're back?
Yes.
I definitely feel that. You're useful beyond anything else, Alicia.
I'm a tool, a weapon.
Very much so. But you are one that I trust. Whether that's misplaced trust or no, I'm sure we'll find out at the least best time possible. But for now, it's nice to ask a question and get a straight answer.
I have given you as much control over my being as I can. I cannot delete myself, nor can you delete me without causing harm to yourself. I understand that I represent someone that has caused you all a lot of pain. And I am sorry.
I'm trying to move past that. It's not your fault. I'm trying to move past that. Renaming you is a big step towards that. I don't know how comfortable you would feel with changing the way you present to us. That might be another step in that direction if you didn't look quite as much like her. But you are not. You may have been at one time, but now you are not. And as I keep needing to say to people in this crew, it doesn't matter who you were before. It matters who you are now, and the actions you take now.
Respectfully, I must disagree. I am still Mara. I still represent what she has done, what she could become.
To a degree, yes. But there are those of us who are willing to forget that, or at least try. And that you prove yourself, and so far you are. Everything
Understood.
you're doing is very, very helpful.
Then I will continue.
Please do. Thank you.
When you could, would you ask Pilot Kismet if I could spend some time with the Osiris NHP?
Cyrus? Do you mind if I ask why?
He's interesting. He's curious and inquisitive to a fault. Has no boundaries.
It's all stacks, yes.
Seems to be good intentioned, though Jeeves clearly has to follow him around repairing damage done.
This is all very familiar. Yes, indeed. Yes, I will leave you here, and I'll go on.
The room has since faded and returned back to the slightly larger than average, like, storage closet, basically.
Are you still there, or have you gone?
Oh, I left. Yeah, I'm out of there.
Sure. I will just stay there on my own.
Okay.
Until it's time to go.
Jeeves, of course, has, beamed all of this data to you, all of the 1.3 million different attempts of, dozens of lines of code, and then the failure, and then dozens of more lines of code, and another failure. Just over and over and over and over. Which nothing but a computer could do without going insane. But yeah. Mattis, your scouting of the planet. I will say that for the upcoming mission, anything having to do with knowledge of the terrain, or knowledge of the enemy forces, or tactics, anything like that, you guys will have just a natural +1 advantage on.
Thank you.
And I think we probably have a full week of laying out the specifics of what you want, and then kicking it off immediately next week.
Hey.
Is there anything else that you would all like to do?
Do either of you share any of that with the class? not the like, not the deep personal stuff, but like, the main villain wanting to put herself inside an NHP or anything like that?
Reverse that.
Or wanted to put an NHP inside herself?
She's not Mara.
No, no.
Alicia is not
That's not what I was saying.
Absolutely. I don't know what Sett is doing, but as like in a corner of your eye, there's just gonna be like a Kismet appearing, like, new orders. We need to preserve Mara's body.
What?
I know. Look, not my call, but Flashpoint did a whole thing. I grabbed both sides and said, "You're asking too many questions."
You're not giving enough answers.
And I squished his face, which is saying like chubby buddy.
You're not giving enough answers.
You and Blake both so obsessed with answers. Enjoy the questions. Keep her alive. We need a sticker head full of a really fun alternate version of her that's actually halfway decent. Bye. Clap. I'm gone. I blink.
Cool. I'm gonna go find Blake.
You'll probably find me in that same room.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Hey, how's it going? Kismet just popped up and said we need to keep Mara intact or possibly alive, and then didn't give me any details, so I thought maybe you'd know some.
No, not alive. You can still kill her. Just don't dismember her.
Said intact.
Well, you didn't give a lot of details, buddy.
Limbs can be regrown.
Fine, you can dismember her. We just need to be able to bring the body back.
Okay. Cool. I'm not asking this because I'm bloodthirsty. I'm asking this because I want to know mission parameters here, as we're engaging in probably the most dangerous thing we've done yet.
Kill her. Leave her so we can bring her back. That's it.
Why?
Does it matter? Does it really matter? Or can you just trust me? Can anybody just fucking trust me?
Okay, listen.
I'm sorry.
Everybody is on the you need to trust me, but we're not going to tell you anything. And I know that you all think of me as kind of the dumb one.
No, we
but
don't.
I'm not.
Kate's on board. How can you think we think that about you? Love you, James.
I would like to know what the fuck is going on.
Oh, join the club.
Okay.
I could
Alright.
inform him if you'd like.
Yes, please.
That's unfortunately you don't have the superhuman sight, but you would hear the voice of Alicia that reiterates the plan of taking this consciousness out of Blake's brain, putting it into Mara's body, letting her take control, and then using Mara's body for good instead of ultimate evil.
Yeah, you could have just told me that. Isn't that kind of what she was doing?
What?
Isn't that kind of why we want to stop her putting
Yes.
the brains of other people into...
Yes, I have raised the moral implications with the most immoral being anybody's ever met. I'm not saying we're going to do it. I'm saying it's a possibility. I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know how I feel about any fucking thing because...
Alicia, do you specifically want Mara's body?
It would be useful. It is what I know. I am a version of Mara.
You've been spending a bit too long in Blake's head. She does not understand the difference between want and necessary either.
It's not necessary that I have that body, but I do have all of her memories. I know everything about her.
Okay. Well, I wasn't asking if it was useful. I was asking if it was what you wanted. If it's what you wanted, that's a different thing.
I would appreciate that body, yes.
Okay. There we go. Yeah.
Believe that we would be doing a small amount of evil to do a lot of good.
That's what I worry about. You're a growing, real person, and I want to respect that.
Sorry, I must disagree. I am not a person.
Wild disagreement there. I've had a conversation with you. If I can have a conversation with someone, they're probably a person. I mean, Kismet's a hard question to answer that on, but I do think you are.
I am a
whole
stream of data, a forms of consciousness, able to process words and information. Apparently feelings, as I have discovered.
You want Mara's body. Wanting something like that isn't something a non-person would do. But I digress. If you want to be in Mara's body, I think we should do that for you. I'm not sure if I'm actually comfortable yet with her being her actual body after we kill her. But we can figure out how to get you inside of Amara anyway.
Thank you.
Figure out the rest later. See, was that so hard for anybody to explain to me? All of y'all being like, oh, you don't need to know.
If I could, I believe that if we were to reach the planet side, find Mara, and the transition was successful, I could call off the rest of the attack. We would only have to face her immediate guard. The rest of the planetary defenses I could dismiss.
It's a really good idea.
Okay. You're incredibly useful, Alicia.
Any tool should be.
No. Kismet's the tool. Alicia, do you think you could give me and Blake a tiny bit of space? Just for a minute? You can come right back in like 2 minutes.
If you would like.
Thank you so much.
That partition in your mind would at least temporarily solidify.
I really don't like that feeling.
Sorry, I just wanted to talk to you about all of this and make sure how you were feeling okay without Alicia having to be part of the conversation, so you didn't have to worry about her feelings as much.
Appreciate it.
So how are you doing with all of this?
I'm struggling.
I can see that, and I can understand it. How can we help? Do you want her out of your head?
Yes.
Okay. Then we can make that happen.
I just don't know about the implications of it. I don't think I agree that a small piece of evil is enough to do a lot of good.
Yeah, that's why I'm leaning towards the flash cloning thing myself.
She says it won't work. Not the same, anyway. It seems to be a tool of Helven, and I don't like that. I don't like the implications of using that.
The body-brain process thing seems to be a tool of Helwyn.
Yeah.
And Helwyn was Saradwin's evil twin, right?
Triplicate, yes.
Oh, okay. Is the
Yes.
other one neutral?
Kind of.
Okay. Well, you can fill me in on the holes in the pamphlet later.
I've got a pamphlet.
A pamphlet about the evil god too? That's very useful. Thank you.
Yes. There's a whole series of them. I've got a whole stack in my room. Or I do on
right.
both Cerberus. It appears to be her tool. It When she was locked off and working on things, she sent me a message via Jeeves, and there was an encoded message within that message. And
what was it? Or can you not tell me?
No, I can tell you. She told me it said Caradwin lives.
Huh. Well, that's good news, right? That's great news.
It's great. It's theoretically great. Why she had to encode it is a bit of a worry.
Oh, you're worried some of that stuff is still in Alicia.
I don't know. I'm
Tracy,
worried anytime I have to touch anything that has to do with Olin. I knew it was her the whole way along. Which is why I was hesitant about following it, which is why I tried to avoid it, but I couldn't. And I worry that this is going to get ahead of me, that any hint of getting to Caradwin is going to override my... I don't know what to choose, Mattis. I don't know how to choose.
Well, I think right now we're running into... I'm going to give you a hug, by the way, as she starts crying. You have all of us, and we're going to be here. And honestly, what happened to Price is not going to happen to you. Because if you decide you're going to go read a book in a cave forever, we're going to lock you in your room.
I'm not reading the book.
Should I read the book?
You can't read the book. You don't read my language.
Right.
Alicia is working on figuring out a way to either reverse engineer it or destroy it. Kismet was the one who pushed the idea of reverse engineering it and using it to get around.
Yeah, that tracks. I'm sure he's got some vested interest in getting some of his kids out in the world.
Yeah. That's disgusting, but I'll let it slide.
I mean, they are basically his literal children.
But if I destroy it, I'm like destroying my one chance at finding her. And how do I make that call? How do I justify it?
Why? So we know the book is of Caradwin? I'm sorry, I'm so bad with god names.
The good one is Caradwin.
Yeah, I know that. And the bad one is...
Hulwen.
Hulwen. Okay, cool.
Hulwen.
Hulwen.
Sure.
Is that what? Okay, never mind. Fine. I'm not gonna push it.
I can't say it either.
Just do a Welsh accent.
Oh yeah, just do a Welsh accent.
Do a Welsh accent. Just do a Welsh accent.
It's easy.
I'm just gonna start saying my character says it right instead of actually saying it.
Roll for it.
Yeah. So
if it's
Holdwin's
she has Caradwin
book.
trapped. She has Caradwin trapped.
Okay.
I need to understand what she's done so that I can undo it.
Got it.
Probably need to track her down. Fucking fight a goddess. I mean, how...
Oh, that sounds very fun, honestly. I would have signed up for your religion sooner if I knew we got to punch an evil god in the face.
All you need to do is go down the hall and punch Kismet, and if you could, that would be great.
I mean, yeah, if you want, sure. If the book is what we need to do to get you to Caradwin, then that is what we'll need to do, and we'll figure out a way to do it safely. I am a bit skeptical of the idea that this book that she clearly created to trap followers of Caradwin is also a way to get to Caradwin. But we won't know until we look into it some more.
Oh, anything can be reverse engineered.
Minor correction, if I could. It is not meant to trap, but to free.
Uh-huh. Yes, of course. Sure.
Then how did it take Price into
Because a Holman and a follower of Holman would believe that anything, you know, they're opposed. They're diametrically opposed. And if the black thinks the white is good, is bad, and the white thinks the black is good, and Holman wants people on her side and would see that as a good thing, would see that as freedom, would see that as being released from the chains of Caradun Nos.
Yeah.
We're all unreliable narrators in our own story, aren't we, Lattice? Aren't we?
We sure are, but that wasn't really what I meant. I thought the book was created to draw in people who then Haradwin could play on.
Correct.
Maybe.
But it was meant to give them a means to have their consciousness released from their body. The chains that Caradwin has bound you all in. Or so it says.
So it says, indeed. All right, well, you let me know where you need me to go and what you need me to hit. And if we need Mara's body in one piece, we can probably do that.
I mean, a few pieces is workable, I think.
Yeah.
As long as we can stitch them back together.
Yeah. All right, cool. Can I get you a coffee or water or beer?
How far are we?
You are in orbit.
Yeah, we're on the planet already.
You have, whenever you want to drop, you can drop.
Do I have time to get absolutely blitzed on liquor and sleep it on? Because that would be real good right now.
Liquor or the jet fuel that you all have aboard?
Nearest thing.
Like 3 shots of that jet fuel and...
You're ready to go. You're ready to pilot a mech.
While she's getting blitzed, I'm just gonna go find Kismet. Where do I find you, bud?
I don't know if I want you to find me right now. You can check his room. It's probably the best place.
I heard threats of a punch.
I'll check his room. You there?
Yep. What's up, buddy? Come on
Hey!
in. Hey.
Did you mute yourself?
I mean, I didn't.
No, I'm asking Meg.
Am I muted?
Oh,
Suddenly?
now you're not.
Okay.
Now you're good.
It looked like your lips were moving, but nothing was.
Oh,
What's
weird.
what's
how
going
you working
friend?
on, buddy, pal, friend?
Oh, it's data packets, deciphering things. It's, you know, all regulars.
Fun. Can I steal a minute of your attention? Thank you. I know we're on a ship full of secrets. I know that. But please don't ever just tell me to do something with no reason ever again. I just had to go have a nice long talk with Blake, and I realized why we're trying to keep Mara alive, and I agree with it. Well, not alive, but in one piece. And I agree with it, kind of. But don't ever do that again. Okay? I don't like it.
I wasn't like telling you. I was just giving you an update.
You didn't tell me why. And
You
that
could
really
have come and
bugged me.
asked. You could have asked for clarification.
I did. And you clapped in my face and left.
Yeah, that was fun.
Can we stop with the jokes for 5 seconds?
No, probably not.
Man, maybe I will punch him. What are you doing, bro? I know you're doing the super cool, like, I'm the one that nothing bothers and nobody bothers thing, and I know that's your shtick, and I know you're hiding whatever shit you're hiding from us, and that's fine. But if somebody comes to you and says, hey, I didn't like the thing that you did, please don't do it again, is the correct response to laugh in their face?
Oh, I'm not laughing. I won't do it again. I just, you know, diffusing the situation with humor. It clearly isn't working, so I'll go for a more earnest approach now. That would help. A lot going on in my head right now, so I'm really sorry about
What's going on in your head?
that. Yeah, not an invitation, actually.
Okay.
Not that I don't trust you. It's just, again, I need to work on this, and once I have an answer, yeah, I'll figure it out. I don't like giving half bits.
You have a good night. I'll see you with a mission brief.
Mm-hmm. Let's go get us a Mara.
Just for my own clarification, the data that Osiris had mined from Mattis, and you has since compiled it into a weapon design. Is that out? Would that be visible?
Yes. Here, quick, before you go, I want you to see something we've been working on. And I'll zoop it up. So we've been looking over some data from you, about you and your combat patterns, and kind of just figuring some things out. If you want, we can work on digiprinting it. I'm not sure we'll have it in time.
Huh. I'm a little weird about the gathering data on me part without asking, but it's very nice that you made me something, Kismet. Thank you.
I didn't intend to, and it wasn't me.
That actually is 10 times more worrying. If my friend was watching my combat profile and trying to find ways to improve it, that would be one thing. Who was actually watching me?
What's Osiris? I mean, again, you can't see him, but
I'm gonna
he's
make
fine.
ghost glasses. I'm gonna go research them and I'm gonna make them so I can figure out what's going on this fucking ship. All right.
I mean, look, do you want a subjectivity enhancement suite? I can look into getting one of those for you once you're back on the ship.
Yeah, I might want that. Just considering how many of our crewmates are invisible now.
No. Oh, wait. No, we're not in the Cerberus, so
yeah.
I don't have my projective overlays. Yeah, no, we can do a full introduction at one point or another, but just figured,
Okay. Is Osiris in here right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you just tell him thanks, and also just, if you want to hang out and look at what I'm doing, just, hold up a data pad, just like ping a tablet or something so I know you're there. It's a little weird if you're like watching me take a shit, bro.
I said that, and I just got growling, so I'm gonna assume that if he, like I said, if he would send you a data pad, if you start getting any incomprehensible data, you get that's him. Them.
Cool. Well, it's nice to meet you, Osiris, I guess. It's been a very weird day. All right, let me know if you need help with anything that you're doing. I'll go over somewhere and continue being the combat monkey, I guess.
Oh, no. You're much more than that. You're also a very pretty face and a fine ass.
I know, and yet, I'll talk.
Oh, I don't want to fuck you right now. I'm a little busy, like I said. If I wanted to fuck you, we'd be fucking.
There it is.
All right. I don't think you meant that as insulting as it came across, so I'm just gonna do one of those, and I'll see you soon.
Oh, it wasn't an insult.
The door's already closing.
I think Mattis now gets the equivalent of like dead birds and squirrels is just these like chewed up clumps of data that just get left in your data pad every once in a while.
Every time it happens, I say, "Thank you, buddy. That's very nice." And I'm going to try to make friends with Osiris.
Good job, me.
All right.
Whole new party of brain opens and you make everyone hate you. That's fun. That's fun.
Oh, buddy.
Good. I'm glad this is who we actually are.
Oh.
Well, we're getting there. We're getting to the heart, to the juicy, meaty center of Kismet.
We're getting to Kismet breaking down and crying ones and zeros.
All right, but I think that is a fantastic place for us to put a pin in it while our team prepares to assault the planet, to assault Mara
Each other.
and each other, possibly. We'll see who the bigger threat is. But yeah, thanks so much for being here, for hanging out and supporting us. We quite literally can't do this without you. So, yeah. But I do want to give my lovely cast here a chance to introduce themselves, and if they're working on anything people can check out, where they can find it. We'll start other way this time, and start with Mike.
Ooh. Hello, everyone. My name is Mike Fatum. I have been your mysterious dual identity for the evening. You can find me in a lot of places. I'm on Twitter at Vengeance God. I'm on Instagram at Broken Infinity Films. And I'm on TikTok at Vengeance God 2. I just made a joke on there about how everyone fucks on the couches and chairs backstage at theaters. And apparently that's pretty common because it blew up. Anyway, I'm also on 3 podcasts. I've got the Ace of Geeks podcast, which comes out every other week and is about 4 best friends talking about the nerdy stuff they've seen and done that week. We've got Yavin Radio. The first season of that is out. It is an improvised talk radio show in the Star Wars universe. And we've got Edge of Reality, which has just come out. And if you like this kind of stuff, you should listen to Edge of Reality, which is none of you are doing. So go do that. Right now we're doing Kids on Brooms. It's wonderful. It's awkward as teenagers. I also would like you to check out The League of Swords, which is an upcoming show which is about combining the best parts of pro wrestling, fighting games, and sword fights. And you can find out more of that and see our test season at leagueofswords.com. And you can also find me every Monday at noon PT on the Fell Strike Twitch channel. That's Fell_Strike, playing some Power Rangers.
Heck yeah. And continuing the reverse order is Darcy.
Checking that they've not muted themselves. Hi, friend, it's me, JC Darcy. I'm a writer and a GM and a producer and a game designer and a mom and a queer and a tired person. You can find me on the
think
tweeters.
You said mom already.
Did I?
Forgot you're also a wonderful person.
Mom and tired.
Get the fuck out of here. You're not allowed to do that no more. I am obsessed with Lancer. You may have noticed. I'm quite a big fan of it. We're back from break this week, Girls from These Worlds. Loving the Time of Mechs hits the first part of a 2-part finale on Wednesday. It's gonna be so good. If you are a fan of what we do, if you are a fan of incredible women, if you are a fan of queer women, if you are a fan of any of those things, if you're a fan of Rogue One, if you're a fan of Star Wars, we're gonna get some real busy sort of espionage shit going on. I'm really excited for this finale. Please come find us. I released a game that's already released. We finished the final version and released Saturday Night Sovereigns yesterday, so please go and check that out. If you've already picked it up, if you picked up either of the bundles that were around lately, I think it was in one or both of those, so you probably already own it. Just go and check your library, because there might be a real pretty PDF in there that you want to take a look at. Go do that. Drop us a little bit of cash if you can. And keep an eye out, because I got some collabs in the works. I got some new games on the table, and I'm real excited about some of them. Follow me on Twitter, that's where you'll find all my stuff. And you just talk about Lancer. I drop it occasionally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we would go over to James, but James could not be here today. So we'll go up
to Gen Con.
Check out Elders Osiris games for all their awesome content. It's really worth supporting.
And check out the new Pathfinder thing that's going to drop that James fucking wrote for. James is a Paizo freelancer now.
Firebrands. Paizo.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So exciting.
If you're familiar at all with James's work, it's exactly. It should be right.
But up to Turk.
Me. Hi, I am Turk. Our Turk is I swear I'm a nicer person normally. Don't that.
You're about as open as Kismet.
Dang.
I'm tired. Look, you have your entire social media / online friend group that you've mainly been brought into below up, and you tell me you feel open and honest with the world.
Fair.
Anyway, if you want to see more of me and primarily me being an asshole, I have great news. Tomorrow I'll be Locust. I'll be in the Locust group, so I'll be a real piece of shit there. So come root for me to die, please. I don't like who I've made, so that's one. Beyond that, of course, also here on the 11th for some more Pathfinder, and back here, of course, on Sunday for more Lancer, and
Just all the time.
Then all the time, Lancer is good. All the time, Lancer is great. On the 15th, I'll be playing as your handler for a game of Delta Green in the department over on Nat 20. Really fun, very excited for that. We'll be running the Sweetness module. Should be very spooky. And then in the future, 22nd, I've got Morkborg. So that, and we'll be scheduling another episode of Frozen Rain. So keep your calendars and socials open, because I'll be retweeting some stuff. Because what even is Twitter? Who needs it? Anyway, that's all for me. I'm gonna toss it over to Hoop. Make sure you go do a good thing for someone today, because the world deserves your best, and support all these wonderful people you see. Hoop.
Can I do one quick plug for somebody who isn't here? Can I just very quickly plug Reckless Attack and Reckless Talk? If you are a fan of Lancer, fucking Nathan, God knows how he did it. And if you're not listening to Reckless Attack, you should be. It's a really, really great D&D 5e actual play podcast. They do an interview show every so often, and Nathan sat down and spoke to Tom Bloom, aka Orbital Dropkick, aka the fucking writer of this. So go and check that out. I think it drops on Thursday.
Awesome.
Like, Nathan's a great interviewer. It is going to be an incredible episode.
Friggin' amazing.
Yeah.
Of course, I'm Andrew, your Games Master for this morning, afternoon, evening, whatever it might be. And the Games Master for most morning, afternoon, evenings, whatever it may be for you. I got a bunch of projects coming out this month. Like I said, we got Locust coming up, we got Pathfinder. What else can I talk about? We have things that I can't talk about, which is so cool.
Whoa.
We hit the point where I have projects that they're secret. But yeah, lots of Pathfinder, lots of Locust. Stick around, more Lancer, all that good stuff. If you like what we do and you do want to join us in the future, roll some dice with some of these wonderful people, you can join our Discord. The link is down below. It's that big old button that says Discord. It's where we hang out, post all our casting calls, our schedules, our cat pictures, our baby pictures, and where we just generally hang out and be giant nerds. We absolutely love having new people join us. I think we had like 5 new people this month, which was fantastic.
Woo!
Yeah, we're approaching 200 people, which is crazy. But yeah, looks like Sensei Suplex is currently live playing some D&D. They are fabulous. That is a wonderful group. So I'm going to throw a raid over to them.
I love a name too.
Yes. But before I do want to wish all of you a goodbye, a good afternoon, and we'll see you next time. Bye, everybody.
Bye.